Is this working? It never actually starts when it says it does. Hello? Okay, if you can hear me, please type, "It's a Cruellette world." Or, "Goodbye Cruellette world." If I see "Goodbye Cruellette world," I'll know this is working. Otherwise, I'm just gonna assume it's not working. Testing. Testing. It's a Cruellette world? Okay, it's working. I might be too loud. Am I too loud, or is the volume okay? I know the game's not running. But am I too loud? Have I tried Cubone? Yes, unfortunately. Quiet. Perfect volume. Which is it? I gotta start recording before I forget. Just turn up or down your PC volume. Ironic, not a single one of those Formons you see on the screen now are any good for rentals. That's true. Okay, I'm now recording. Bone Weapon Proficiency! That's available in Tears of the Kingdom. Good day, Cheese. You're looking extra cringe today? Thank you. We can start off with a ban. How dare you? Where's my ban graphic? It's right here. I can't believe you would be so cruellette to me. How are you rating Mons? We're not rating anything, actually. We're gonna give recommendations. This is a pseudo tier list. I don't even have Tier Maker open. Let's let the game run here. Did I ever finish Tears of the Kingdom? I did. Okay, now it has music. Wait, sorry about the boom burst. I was recording something else, so I had to turn the game volume up. I've turned it down now. It should be okay now. The game volume also won't matter at all, because I'm going to cut all of it out later. Is Tears of the Kingdom any good? It's okay. I think it's definitely overrated and underhated. It's $70 DLC, but it's kind of nice DLC. I'm currently choosing to use my phone instead of my gaming PC. Sad. How many turns of slow start do you have this time? Hopefully not too many. Maybe like 1 or 2 turns. You've never seen that screen before? It's round 2 exclusive. So I put it in the description, but I don't think anybody reads descriptions. This is a pseudo tier list. We're not gonna rank anything. We're gonna cover a couple different topics, which kind of include ranking. This is more of a rental guide, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about Pokemon Stadium itself, why I think it's good and you should play it even if you don't like Pokemon. Then we're going to talk about Gen 1 mechanics in particular, because they're so crazy. And if you don't know the mechanics, you can't really play the game, because anything that you, like, knowledge from the modern games doesn't really carry over. You're just gonna get killed. Then we're gonna get into the actual ranking part. So we're gonna start with Pokemon that I think are traps. These are Pokemon you'd think would be good, but it turns out in this game, because of the rental system, they're actually bad. Then staples, these are Pokemon I think you should bring to pretty much every fight, assuming they're available for that fight. Then we're gonna go into niche picks, these are Pokemon that I think are good in certain fights. And then finally, we're gonna go over Pokemon that are threats when they're on the enemy team. That's what we're gonna talk about, Cruellette. That's gonna be the breakdown for today. Any questions? Will there be a premium? Yes. Just like there's a premium of the actual playthrough, apparently. I wasn't intending to make one, but usually people don't ask for premiums, but people actually did, so I made one. But because I was never planning to make it, I'm not gonna say it's lazy, but I definitely put less effort into it than normal. It's basically just stitched together clips. $5 donation from Solomon Kearns. There's a second bribery attempt to get Cheese to play Shadowbringers. 7.0 was covering summer 2024. Also excited for a character guide, not mecha. It's true, this is not a tier list. So how is the tiering system gonna work today? I literally just explained it, like 30 seconds ago. But I'll probably end up explaining it again in like 5 minutes. You're the one who drew the Cubone, thank you! So does anybody have any suggestions for how to do the format differently? What did you just explain 30 seconds ago? How we're going to be doing today's not tier list. Because this is not a tier list. Look at Charmeleon. Jinx is the perfect example of a trap. Sleep is not as good in Stadium as on cartridge, and its rental usually get outsped, so you die if you don't land sleep. What? Do we play the same game? Who else are you supposed to use if not Jinx? But it's important to start the day off with jokes, right? Starting off with some levity. How are you doing with Pokemon having multiple movesets? The Pokemon I think that will get recommended, their moveset changes don't really matter. Because Jinx, I think, always has the same 3 moves. It always has Ice Punch, Psychic, and Lovely Kiss. And the 4th move you never use anyway. Rhydon. I think it always has either Earthquake or Dig, which are pretty much interchangeable. Obviously, you'd rather have Earthquake. And I think Electrode also almost always has Thunder and Thunder Wave. Those are actually probably going to be the only ones that are in the staple tier, by the way. Those 3. Unless people think that other Pokemon should also be in staples. I was thinking it's just going to be those 3. It's going to be Jinx, it's going to be Rhydon, and it's going to be Electrode. Has Cheese ever covered Pokemon Mystery Dungeon stuff? I've covered Pokemon Mystery Dungeon questions pretty much every 5 minutes for my entire life! No, someday. I get asked about it a lot. At some point. It's just so different that it would take a long time to talk about Mystery Dungeon. Oh yeah, Kadabra or Articuno? Maybe Articuno. Yeah, we can add Kadabra and Articuno. Game pack none. Okay. 1 hour opening and a premium for the authentic cheese experience. Can't wait for Mystery Dungeon. How good do you think Lapras is? It's pretty good. We might put it in the bring sometimes. I got like the worst lag. Tell your flatmate not to play online. This is important. Will Pokemon have Toxic Leech Seed for instant death? I think Execute does. Okay, so we'll start soon. I'm just gonna... because I did just wake up, as with all of these, so I'm very tired. There is no Rental Mew. Sadly. So any creative names for the threats from enemies? Because right now they're just called Perilous Enemies. We can probably come up with something better, right? Are there any Labman certified picks? I mean, I guess Toxic Leech Seed Execute is definitely Labman certified. Say Onyx is good as a rental or a meme. Unfortunately, in this game, it is a pure meme. It is not good. Cruel Encounters, or like Cruel Melee, maybe. Something like Cruel Melee. Which is one of the modes in, I guess, Super Smash Bros. Melee, where you're not really intended to win. Cruel Melee? Okay. Does Dragonite have ramp? I don't think so in this game. Okay, we'll start soon. Let's see, I gotta get down to the... We gotta think of the B-roll. I think it'll just be this screen, right? And then I can just replace the left side of the screen with whatever I need. So you guys get this Route 1 music for probably like 2 or 3 hours. I hope you're ready. Imagine if Dragonite had ramp and agility. Well, you've got to train it yourself. Okay. I'm gonna drink like this much of the bottled coffee and then we'll be ready to start. Yes, Haunter is very good. So I guess I'll ask all of you, how are you doing? Slash. Slash is good in this game, by the way. So how are all of you doing? Slash. I know it just came out. It came out like 7 hours ago. How many of you watched the pseudo premium 600 BST of the rental run through that I just made? I posted it like right before I went to sleep. And then if you did watch it, like what did you think of it? Because it was definitely very impromptu. Because I really wasn't going to make it. Like, when I said in the video I did not plan to make it, I wasn't lying. I'm a liar now because I did make it, but usually I don't get asked to make premiums. But that one, I think enough people liked it that, yeah, I tried to be very aggressive with, like, cutting out stuff. I guess my question would be, how difficult was it to follow some of the battles? Because I tried to cut out a lot of, like, the waiting. I even cut out several turns from battles. Because I wanted to try and make it concise-ish. The one where I cut out the least was obviously the very end with the battle against Rod St. Fisher. That was probably the most that was actually about battles and not, like, just RNG. Right, I guess if you've seen the stream, then you kind of can't say, because you have already seen the entire battle, so you know what happens. Yeah, everybody here probably saw the streams themselves. The rap stuff could have done with a fast forward meme or something. There was a fast forward, right? For Coolish. Enemy threat list is Alakazam in its own tier. We can never watch full stream battles still float. Okay, that does help. I would have heard more content like Rod St. Fisher. Yeah, I tried to just keep it under an hour. I say, as I've been talking for about 15 minutes about nothing. I think could have done with more... Need to be more specific. So, as I'm like charging here, I'm charging Solar Beam. I'm thinking for the threats, we're just going to talk about obviously rap. Rap on enemies is incredibly dangerous. We're gonna talk about rap. Enemy Alakazams are super dangerous. Enemy Executors are super dangerous because they actually have movesets. Dousta no trainer? What's the matter, trainer? Right, Mew is a threat because it... Well, it just has really good stats. 5 gifted subs from Plague Von Karma, thank you. Now 5 of you have, I think, several Pokemon Stadium emotes, and also, there's now Slugma-mail. It took us like 2 years, but there finally is a Slugma-mail emote. Yeah, pretty much every Psychic type and every Pokemon with Rap. So Croulette stands in for everyone that has Rap. Probably Kazamish will stand in for, I don't know if we should talk about specific Pokemon or specific trainers. Hang on, there's a message from someone I missed a bit earlier. It's from Kat. Hello! I'm new to your stream, but I love your Green Glitches videos. Thank you! We'll see one of those someday. We'll also see some Pokemon Stadium someday. How many enemies had self-destruct explosion? They weren't that dangerous. I'm not that scared of that. Enemy threat level, probably trainers. Alakazam is just almost always dangerous. Almost every normal type is awful too. I forgot your sub payment came out. Good thing I have almost $500 in savings. Oh! Oh, I guess I should also... Fancy Bear, welcome to Small Cheese. Enjoy the premium emotes. Something I should say now is, if you actually have a question to, like, ask me, then please type it with @importedcheese, because then it gets highlighted for me, and I know that you're asking me a question. But I'll also ask, please don't abuse that, because I am going to, like, pay attention to it, but don't be, like, @importedcheese, and then say, like, Onyx or something. Like, please make it something that I actually have to, like, read. How do you type with boxing gloves on? Immediate abuse of the system. FE4 tier list when? When they make the remake, which they definitely are, okay? Imported cheese Onyx. I asked so nicely. I think we're almost ready to start. I guess we can go to the Hall of Fame. Steelix? Well, I didn't say no Steelix. Just stumbled onto YouTube and Cheese is live. Welcome! Welcome to the PSEUDO Tier List. How many Pokemon have you rated? None. And we're actually not going to rate anything. We're just going to make some recommendations. Spinning Raichu? I wonder if anyone else clips. We're going to get to Geodude, maybe? Or, were there any problematic Pokemon that surprised you? I definitely forgot how obnoxious Gen 1 Rap was. Oh, we can wait on the bro here. Articuno maybe clips. Okay. I also have to just think about... I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Alright, I'm really gonna destroy this, and then we'll be ready to start. I know the content has been incredibly exciting so far, but if you'd like to see more, be sure to join the Discord, link in the description. That's free. And if you want something that's not free, I don't know why you would, you could also evolve into a mighty Patreon. Patreons are important because they are a very steady, very safe source of income. I know how much money I'll get from the Patreons, which helps me plan things. Sometimes I do have to buy things for videos. So it really helps to have Patreon support, and you get to be featured in the videos in like the text credits, which there will be in the premium, but I guess not in the live. But if you are a Patreon, thank you. Are you going to a Pokemon Stadium 2 rental run? Absolutely, yeah. Maybe in like a month, though. This is a bottle of coffee. I took the label off. Pokemon XD when, though? I think we can do a stream where it's just people asking when certain things are, and me saying, eventually. When's Pokemon XD? Eventually. When's the Platinum Tier List? Eventually. When's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Eventually. When's Pokemon Stadium 2? Eventually. When's Pokemon Battle Revolution? Eventually. When's Pokemon Channel? Eventually. When's Yokai Watch? Eventually. When's Digimon Survivors? Eventually. When's Pokemon Sleep? Eventually. When's FF14? Eventually. The answer is eventually, guys. Pokemon Channel jump scare? Yeah, it destroyed my webcam, as you just saw. When Broly? Well, we've got Slow Bro. Hopefully that's good enough. When's the franchise getting good? Eventually. Okay. I think it's about time to get started. Enough slow start, right? It's my favorite Pokemon Stadium minigame. Lickitung Sushi. Which is worse, Pokemon Masters or Fire Emblem Heroes? I haven't played enough of either to say which one's worse. We never got the Miss Glitch. Alright. So now we're recording. Well, I mean, we were recording anyway, but now the stuff that I'm saying actually might be in the final video, so... Smile, you're on camera, I guess. When is Pokemon Go? That one's not an eventually. Okay. So we gotta think of our actual intro. Probably starts with, "What's the matter, trainer?" What's the matter, trainer? Struggling with Pokemon Stadium 1 on the Nintendo... On NSO, I guess? Well, don't worry. And the YTC Institute? Yeah, okay, I think that'll work, okay. What's the matter, trainer? Can't beat this children's game from 1999? Well, don't worry. Expert Trainer Red here, along with the I guess the YTC Institute. What's the matter, trainer? Can't beat Pokemon Stadium? Well, don't worry. Expert Trainer Red here, along with the YTC Institute in the chat, and we're here to bring you a complete guide. Well, it's not a complete guide. What's the matter, trainer? Looking for an actually good game? What's the matter, trainer? What's the matter, trainer? Struggling with Pokemon Stadium on Nintendo Online? Well, don't worry. Expert Trainer Red here, along with all of the staff members of the YTC Institute, and we're here with a rental guide just for you. Okay, I think that'll work. I wonder if he actually says Dos Tunnel. I wonder what it says in Japanese, yeah. Hit it first try, unpaid help. What's the matter? Are you getting wrapped? The intro is taking me down on the word go. Nintendo Online felt kind of awkward. We'll do it one more time. Looks like a bad Pokemon choice. I mean, that can be what we call the, that can be what we call the trap tier. Looks like a bad Pokemon choice. What's the matter, trainer? Struggling with Pokemon Stadium? Well, don't worry. Legendary Trainer Red here. What's the matter, trainer? Struggling with Pokemon Stadium? Well, don't worry. Gen Winner Red here, along with all the staff members of the YTC Institute, here to bring you a complete guide to the rental market of Pokemon Stadium 1. Okay, that'll work. We got it. We got it. It's a one-hit wonder. The level difference is obvious. A decent hit. What if we do the entire video with just announcer lines? I thought Red didn't speak. He learned, okay? He had 25 years of speech therapy. Should we mention the fact that the struggling is because you can't import? I think we'll do that in the review portion. This video guide is broken into the following sections with time codes for your convenience. This video is broken into time codes. It's not broken into time codes. This video is broken into the following sections with relevant time codes included for your convenience. I should whisper the convenience. You can go ahead and flood the chat with Quillfish so that people see that when they're watching this. This video is broken up into the following sections with relevant time codes included for your convenience. There we go. No member fish, off-brand Quillfish. It's a 5-segment video. Yeah, the announcer mostly just says really obvious things, but sometimes he's pretty exciting. We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium. Just in case you're on the fence about playing it, whether officially or unofficially. Oh, it's Ponyta! The trainer hasn't issued an order. The battle is between two different types of Pokemon. We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium 1, just in case you've never played it and are considering maybe playing it either on Nintendo Online officially or unofficially on your own devices. How do we say that? We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium 1 because you might... We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium 1 because you might be considering playing it on the official Nintendo Online service. Or on your Team Aqua device, oh maybe. We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium 1, since you might be considering playing it on an official Nintendo device thanks to... Let's see. We might be in for a one-sided affair. Playing Stadium, how Nintendo intended it, we should, yeah, we should mention that, thank you. We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium 1. We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium 1 for those who have never played it. Now is the best time to play it, especially since it's available on Nintendo Online. We'll start with a mini review of Pokemon Stadium 1. There's no better time to try it out, especially since it's available now, officially, on Nintendo Switch Online, and the gameplay experience is exactly how Nintendo intended. You're gonna need this guide, okay? I think that'll work. I should also say this, because I haven't said it before this stream. For people who are new, you might be wondering why I keep saying the same things over and over. For people who are new, you might be wondering why I keep saying the same things over and over. For people who are new, you might be wondering why I keep saying the same things over and over. It's because in Gen 1, a lot of Pokemon just evolved into 3 of the same thing. It's because in Gen 1, a lot of Pokemon just evolved into 3 of the same thing. It's because in Gen 1, a lot of Pokemon just evolved into 3 of the same thing. No, the actual answer is because a lot of these live streams are intended to be made into premiums. And if I don't get a good take, it just makes the editing a nightmare, and it makes the final video a lot worse. So please use Endure. I know that's a Gen 2 move when I repeat things, because it's to get that one good take that can eventually be made into a video that flows all on its own. Thank you for your understanding. What's the matter, trainer? $9.99 donation from Prada with an O. Don't you have your own Pokemon for the trials ahead? Or, don't have your own Pokemon for the trials ahead? Well, of course you don't. They didn't implement that feature. Don't you worry, though. You'll find a plethora of partners at Poke Blockbuster. Anybody remember Blockbuster? They actually used to have special Pokemon Stadium kiosks at Blockbuster. They were actually really cool. Give us the guide to Pokemon Stadium 1 Japan only. Thank you for the $10 donation. By the way, of everything we've done so far in these 35 minutes, we're probably actually going to use about 2 lines. So, the rest of the guide shouldn't be that fluffy, but we're definitely off to a slow start. Dill Connolly 112, thanks for 5 months of membership. You've got a Thunder Badge, or Thunder Badge, sorry. So we did the intro, we talked about the review. Then we have to talk about Gen 1 mechanics. Then we're going to include... If you've never played a Gen 1 game, don't worry, because we will... If you've never played a Gen 1 game, don't worry, because we're going to go over all of the mechanics. If you've never played a Gen 1 game, don't worry, because we're going to go over all of the mechanics you need to know to succeed in Pokemon Stadium. Forget everything you know about Pokemon. Okay, well, not everything. That's not going to work. We need a Regigigas emote? Yeah, maybe. It would definitely get used a lot. If you've never played a Gen 1 game, don't worry, because we're gonna give you a rundown, a crash course? A heat crash course, okay. If you've never played a Gen 1 game, don't worry, because we're gonna give you a heat crash course on Gen 1 mechanics to get you ready to enter the stadium yourself. Yeah, that'll work. Leave your modern sensibilities behind. I wish I could forget everything I know about Pokemon. That's probably fine, right? Do I have a gamer chair? Absolutely not. My chair is very uncomfortable. One, two... What was the, Mr. Fix You Up with Gen 1 mechanics? Did you beat Mewtwo in Stadium? Yeah, we did. So that was the game review, Gen 1 mechanics. Now we're actually talking about the rentals, right? So then, looks like a bad Pokemon choice. This is gonna be the traps, right? Now this video is not a tier list. This video is not a tier list. Instead, this video is not a tier list. Why not? Well, because 80 to 90% of the Pokemon are either completely worthless or extremely outclassed and not worth using. This video is not a tier list. Why not? Well, because 80 to 90% of the Pokemon are completely outclassed and not worth using. Well, let me see. Did I miss the review? Must have been really many. No, you didn't miss the review. This is still like the intro. I think we can do this. Yeah, this is what we'll do. I'm thinking about how to do this. When will this ice melt? This is not a tier list. Why not? Well, because 80 to 90% of the Pokemon in this game are either completely useless or horrifically outclassed and you should never use them. Let me see. Okay, I got it. This is not a tier list. Why not? Well, because 80 to 90% of the Pokemon are completely useless or horrifically outclassed and you should never use them. Now, you might say that that actually applies to the mainline games as well, right? I mean, everybody knows that Ladybug is god-awful, but maybe the Stadia meta... You play Pikmin? No, I have not. Is it a good idea doing this with a mobile moving background? Those Magnemites are going to be all jittery in the edited version. Well, I'm probably just going to blur it, but I think the jittery Magnemites are fine, right? It's also going to be a lot of, like, B-roll over this. This video is not a tier list. This video is not a tier list. Why not? Well, because 80 to 90% of the Pokemon are either completely useless or extremely outclassed and not worth the trouble. The rentals are sometimes surprising, but for the most part, what's good in the games is also good in Stadium. Almost. Are you Red from the hit Pokemon game Red and Green? I am. It's definitely me. I think we're almost there. I know we're doing a lot of takes on this one. Please understand. This is not a tier list. This is not a tier list. This is not a tier list. Why not? Oh, because 80 to 90% of the Pokemon you can use are either completely useless or so outclassed there's no point in using them. Rentals can be surprising. Rentals can be surprising. For example, Weedle is absolutely useless in the main... Weedle is absolute trash in the mainline games, but in this game, it's absolute trash. Weedle is completely useless in the mainline games, but thanks to the rental system, in this game, it's trash. Almost everything that is bad in the main games is still bad in this one. It's just that things that are usually good are sometimes also bad. I think that'll work. Weedle in the mainline games is complete garbage and you should never use it. But thanks to the rental system, Weedle Stadium is complete garbage and you should never use it. Pokemon that are bad in the mainline, Pokemon that are bad in the main games are definitely bad here. It's mostly that Pokemon that are good are sometimes also bad. Ah! Now, I know you can see footage of Beedrill destroying Mewtwo with a vicious, critical hit, super effective Twin Needle. But I'll let you know that there might have been some behind-the-scenes tinkering to get that one to work. There we go, we got it. The live tier lists are a different experience than the premium ones for sure. Yeah. Thank you for your patience. There we go. Please make a feature on how good the animations are. There basically is one in the premium or the pseudo premium I just released. Our rental coverage will go over the following topics. Our rental coverage will be broken into the following categories. Our rental coverage will be broken into the following categories. 1. Looks like a bad Pokemon choice. These are Pokemon you would expect to be really good based on their performance in actual Gen 1, but thanks to the Radiums... 1. Looks like a bad Pokemon choice. These are Pokemon you would expect to be good based on the Gen 1 meta, but in this game, they're terrible because of how the rental system works. Whoops. Avoid. Then we have staples. These are Pokemon you should... Then we have staples. 2. Staples. These are Pokemon you should almost always pick if they're available. Highly recommended. The one-hit wonders. 2. It's a one-hit wonder. These are Pokemon I highly recommend if they're available. You should pretty much always pick these, and then just fill out the rest of your team with... 3! What do we say for the niche Pokemon? Is there like an announcer line we can use for the niche Pokemon? Cheese has a script? There's definitely not a script. I've like thought about what to say, but clearly not enough, right? A decent hit? Seismic Toss? 2-hit tryhards? One-trick Panita? Okay. A light hit! These Pokemon are of different types. A light hit. We can go with one-trick Panita. A decent hit. What's this? What's the matter, trainer? We can go with a decent hit. 3. A decent hit. These are Pokemon that have niche uses. You should bring them to certain... 3. A decent hit. These are Pokemon with niche uses. You should bring them to specific battles where they'll be very useful. Okay. And then... I think the last one is then threatening enemies. Which I think we were gonna call... What was it? It wasn't Perilous Enemies, it was Cruel Melee. I'll probably just make Cruel Melee a subset of Perilous Enemies. A one-sided affair? Oh, this one looks formidable. I like this one looks formidable. You have a segment in the guide where you just say all the announcer lines. Yeah, we can do a, we can do an announcer highlight at the end. We're gonna battle Ultra Necrozma? We're not going to. And finally, 5. And finally, 5. This one looks formidable. These are Pokemon that are extremely dangerous on the enemy side. You need to watch out for them, and you need to counterpick them at the team building stage, otherwise you're probably gonna lose. Okay, yeah. I think that's everything for the intro. And that only took us 45 minutes. How long does rap last? Cruelette and Kazamish tier. Excited for the review? We're getting there. More coffee. To be fair, that's pretty fast for a cheese stream. I mean, to be clear, we're not actually ranking things yet. That was just like the intro, and now we can start the Stadium 1 review. Although the Stadium 1 review can be a lot more free form, like it's not like there's a script for this. So for the Stadium 1 review, I think I just want to mention just like how good the game is. I think everyone here can agree that it's a good game. Can't complain till the 85-minute mark. How many turns does rap last? However many I want them to. Good game neutered by NSO. Yeah. Should probably mention that. No, I can do that in editing. It's fine. Okay. Here we go. Now, of course, this guide is completely useless. Now, of course, this guide would be pointless if it wasn't worth playing Pokemon Stadium 1. So, obviously, I'm a bit biased here. I think you should play. Now, this guide is completely useless if you don't actually intend to play Pokemon Stadium. Of course, this guide is completely useless if you don't actually intend to play Pokemon Stadium. As a huge Pokemon hater, now this guide is completely useless if you don't actually intend to play Pokemon Stadium. Despite the fact that I make Pokemon videos, I would never recommend that somebody actually play a Pokemon game. I think overall they're actually pretty bad. However, I will recommend you play Pokemon Stadium. This game is really good! I think we almost got it. Now, despite the fact that I make Pokemon videos and I'm dressed up as bootleg Red here, I would never recommend that you actually play a Pokemon game. I think most Pokemon games are actually pretty bad. And I'm gonna be explicit here, YouTube don't ban me. The only reason I did a rental-only run of Pokemon Stadium was out of pure spite. Bad move, by the way. The official Nintendo online release of Pokemon Stadium has no support for transfer Pokemon. You can only use rentals. And I fully intended to make this like a hate playthrough where I fully intended to make this like a hate playthrough that would break my Gen 1 sleeper agent programming. Much to my chagrin, the game is actually amazing. It's not just nostalgia. Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 are actually fantastic and 100% worth playing in 2023. I'm gonna use Future Sight, bad move by the way, and I'm gonna say that maybe you should even play these games in 2024! Nothing will convince you. I think even... Nothing will convince you about how bad modern Pokemon is, like playing old Pokemon and seeing how good things used to be. If you're worried about, oh, but my favorite Pokemon is in the game. If you're worried about it being a crusty, dusty Nintendo 64 game, I think it looks great. If you're worried about it being a crusty, dusty N64 game, don't be. I think it holds up really well. It looks great for the most part. The backgrounds look completely hideous. The animations and the Pokemon themselves, I think, look amazing. Way better than anything we get nowadays. Did I say rusty? I think I just said crusty and dusty, right? They may release transfer support for red and blue when it comes out for NSO, right? Yeah. Doesn't have Lilligant, bad game. One thing I do have to mention, because if you ever... One thing I do have to mention, because it gets mentioned... One thing I do have to mention, because it pops up every time people talk about Stadium. The minigames. I'm gonna say it. Don't take my Gen 1 card away. The minigames in Stadium are overrated and underhated. Yeah, they're okay. They're a fun little distraction, but you're clearly supposed to play them with your friends, which you can't do in this format. They're okay. They're a fun distraction. You're clearly supposed to play them with your friends, which you can't do in this online format. They're whatever. Pokemon Stadium is good. Pokemon Stadium is good because the battle simulation part is good. Pokemon Stadium is good because the battle simulation part is good, okay? Don't worry about the minigames. Friends, is that a legendary Pokemon? Never heard of it. I think that's all we have to actually say about Pokemon Stadium. Maybe just the announcer. One of the best parts about this game, and something that's sorely missing from the modern games, is the voice acting. There is an announcer who has some very strange pronunciation, but he tries his best. And Game Boy Tower. One of the best parts about this game, and something that is sorely missing from the modern games, is the voice acting. There is an announcer who is giga hype, even if he doesn't know how to pronounce certain words like seismic. He tries his best, okay? And if it's your first time playing this game, it's not your audio settings. And if it's your first time playing this game, it's not your audio settings. The announcer is extremely crispy. It's just a consequence of the technology of the time. Technology is incredible, but there is a limit. The audio is extremely compressed. There's nothing you can do about it. It's nostalgic. That's definitely tropium. He only has a few issues with having not enough canned lines. A wild one from the world go. Seismic toss. I always listen when the narrator just says, ah, when you use Fire Blast. Good soundtrack, though, yeah. Crunchy, not crispy. If I had to say something, I guess it's crunchy, because it's compressed, right? The correct word is vintage. Yeah, we'll say that. It's vintage audio, okay? It's like you're playing it from a vinyl record. That's why it sounds so crunchy. It's a lot of words you could use to describe the audio quality. Crunchy, chewy, toothsome, retro, vintage. How about good, okay? Good audio. Okay. Was the announcer actually a Japanese dude speaking English? No, he doesn't have an accent or anything. He just says some things weirdly. I think that's the Stadium 1 review, right? Anything else to say? Good animations. I guess we'll mention that. Fun fact, the announcer from this game is actually a character from the anime. It's everyone's favorite character, Tracy. I've got a Scyther, but I think I'd rather use Meryl instead. Ugh, Tracy. What about the difficulty compared to the main line? Oh, I guess we'll... Should we say that as we start at the... We should probably include that in the review, right? Because next is... Next was Gen 1 mechanics. Yeah, we'll talk about the difficulty here. We'll talk about the difficulty here. In terms of difficulty, this game is broken into two segments. There's round 1. In terms of difficulty, this game is broken into two segments. There's round 1, and then once you beat that, you advance into round 2, which is sort of just a new game plus. I think round 1 is really well balanced for rentals. At the beginning, it's super easy. You can do whatever you want. You can use Onyx and still win. Then near the end of round 1, I think the difficulty really hits the sweet spot where you have to actually be kind of serious, but it's still very much jank versus jank. The AI will do some very unexpected things because the sets they're using are very, very creative, I guess we'll say. Round 2 is when the difficulty gets really... Round 2 is when the difficulty gets out of control. You are definitely intended to play this game using your own Pokemon. The rentals are ass. They're extremely bad, their stats are terrible, and not a single one, I think I can say that, has an optimal moveset. In round 2, you really start to feel that. Enemies just have way better stats than you, they have way better moves, and it starts to get to the point where... I would describe it as unfun. You can beat round 2 with rentals. It is possible, but people also win the lottery, okay? Just as an example, Rod St. Fisher, the final boss of the Pika Cup in round 2, even if you know exactly what to do and you bring counter picks to him specifically, considering the enemy crit rate against you and the fact that you have to fish, fittingly enough, for freezes against him, you have like a single-digit % chance of winning. It is the most difficult boss I've faced recently, and I just beat Sekiro, okay? You can win. You can win, but it's basically gambling. You can win. I did, but it's basically gambling. I don't think it's very fun at all. Would you rather beat round 2 or play Scarlet again? Beat round 2. We should also say that some parts of this game, there's like some... This was before international releases. So there is some like charming old crappiness to this game. This game was also released... This game was also released back when the Japanese market was the priority, and you can definitely tell in some moments of, I'm gonna say, charming crappiness. Because of very strict character limits, some trainer classes had to be renamed. Instead of scientist, you have lab man. And instead of technician, you have Mr. Fix. You can also see some vertically scrolling English text. Vertically scrolling text is something that's very common in Japan and not strange at all. I have never seen vertically scrolling English text in my entire life, except in Pokemon Stadium. Okay, I think that's enough for, charming crappiness, right? Yeah, no, Mr. Fix is one of the trainer classes. It's very funny. Dudes never watched Star Wars? That's not vertically scrolling text. I mean this. Look at this. I don't know if we can actually back out. Might not be able to. But when you get to the Pokemon selection, there's vertically scrolling text. It scrolls, like, not by words, by, like, letters. So it looks like this. Where it scrolls letter by letter vertically. Of course, you would never write English that way. It looks terrible. Not at home and need to sleep, but glad you're alive. Thank you. I think that's a review. Okay, so next we gotta talk about Gen 1 battle mechanics, right? What's the... There's no, like, school in Gen 1, right? What do we call this? We can't just call it Earl's Trainer School, because that's Gen 2, right? So they didn't fix the freeze chance for Blizzard from 30 to 10? It was 10 in our release, wasn't it? Dojo? Pokemon League? That's when you've already learned, right? You don't learn at the league. Celadon University? Yeah, Earl's School is literally a facility in Stadium 2. But this isn't Stadium 2. Going to the lab? Okay, I guess the lab. Oak's guidance? Guess we can go to Oak's lab here. With just this error message. And hey, we get different music. Straight from Oak's lab. Here is your... Straight from Oak's lab. We're gonna run you through all of the Gen 1 mechanics you need to know to succeed in the stadium. There we go. One take. Just got here. How many Pokemon have we ranked so far? 0, and we're not gonna rank any. I think it makes the most sense to start with... I think it makes the most sense to kind of work backwards. Thought we were? I put it in the description. This is a pseudo tier list. We're just going to be doing specific recommendations. What was I going to talk about? Gen 1 is completely bonkers. Gen 1 is completely bonkers. It doesn't feel outdated because it's just so different from... Gen 1 is completely bonkers. Gen 1 is completely bonkers. It is so different from the modern games that it doesn't feel outdated because it's just in its own dimension. Something that might blow your mind, you take a lot of recoil from this. I think that Gen 2 is actually closer to Gen 9 than it is to Gen 1. I think maybe some people would agree with that. I do think Gen 2 is closer to Gen 9 than it is to Gen 1. Gen 1 is just insane. People are disagreeing. They're free to disagree and be incorrect. I think it makes sense to start... I think it makes sense to go kind of backwards. I think it makes sense to work backwards and start by talking about what's not in Gen 1. So first and most obviously, over 750 Pokemon that you know and maybe love are not in the game. It only has Gen 1 Pokemon. Most relevant for this game, a lot of Gen 1 evolutionary lines weren't even evolutionary lines in Gen 1. They were completed later. So this game does not feature Scizor, Steelix, Rhyperior, Electivire, or... This game does not feature Scizor, Steelix, Crobat, Electivire, Rhyperior, or Magmortar. And it also doesn't feature beloved baby Pokemon like Igglybuff. Oh, Tangrowth, Licky, Annihilate? Oh yeah. There's a lot of Pokemon that are missing. Blissey, yeah, okay. So this game does not feature... Scizor, Steelix, Crobat, Blissey, Porygon 2, Tangrowth, Licky, Annihilate, Magmortar, Electivire. I think we should just type them all out. Delibird does not evolve from anything. Porygon 2 or Porygon Z. Oh, it's also missing 3 evolutions. Let's see if we can do all this. I might just have to type all of these out in one comment. I think that's what I have to do. Oh. Typing. Crobat, Porygon 2, Steelix, Scizor. Okay, I can't type in here because it's going to... Crobat, Porygon 2... Yeah, no, I'm gonna put them all on screen for the preview, but I have to, say them all now. Oh yeah, Kingdra's not here either. This game does not have Crobat, Scizor, Porygon 2, This game does not have Crobat, Porygon 2 or Z, Annihilate, Rhyperior, Magmortar, Electivire, Umbreon, Espeon, Leafeon, Glaceon, Scizor, Licky, Kingdra. I think that was all of them, right? And it's also missing beloved powerhouse Prevos like Igglybuff, Magby, Elekid, Smoochum. How are we gonna win without them? Oh, and Tangrowth. We can just patch Tangrowth into there. Tangrowth! Oh yeah, Magnezone. Yeah. Tangrowth! Magnezone! Pichu! Okay, I think I can stitch all those together, as long as we said everything at least once. I did say Glaceon. I didn't say Cleffa. Cleffa! Are there serious Pokemon who don't know the original 151 Pokemon were and which were added later? A lot were added later. Oh yeah, Sylveon. Sylveon! Sylveon! Cleavor! Honestly, I don't think this is important. Just say the only Pokemon in this game are the original 151. It's just there's a lot of Evos that are missing. I guess I can just put them on screen. Blossom Politoed? Oh yeah. Yeah, there's way too many. I'll just put them on screen. There's so many missing evolutions. I'm just gonna put them all on screen. Here they are. There's so many missing evolutions that I'm just gonna put them on screen. Here they are. Can't use them because they don't exist in this game. And we're also missing all of the beloved baby evolutions. How are we gonna win without them? Oh! Okay, there we go. Shows the Pokemon that are not in the game. Now we gotta talk about the types. The type chart was different back in the day. So fairy types, the type chart was different back in the day. Fairy types, steel types, and dark types did not exist at all. That includes Magnemite not having its steel typing. The type chart was a bit different back in the day. Fairy types, steel types, and dark types did not exist at all, and that also means that Magnemite was not a steel type. You might be asking yourself, well, without steel or dark, how do you counter psychic types? You don't. You don't. Fire did not resist ice yet? Oh yeah. Fire did not resist... Well, at least there's ghosts, which... At least there's ghosts. At least there's ghosts. Ghost being super effective against Psychic. In every gen except one where, due to an error, Psychic is actually immune to Ghost. So, Not that that would even matter, because the only ghost move that doesn't do set damage is Lick. Fire does not yet resist ice, more on how much fire sucks later. Bug and Poison were actually mutually super effective against each other, which is not how it works nowadays. You don't really have to worry about this because, as we'll soon find out, I don't recommend that you use a Bug or Poison type. Bug and Poison were also mutually super effective against each other, which is not how it works nowadays. This doesn't actually matter because, as we'll find out, I don't actually recommend that you use a single Bug or Poison move throughout the entire game! I think that's everything for the types, right? Oh, we should mention that certain type perks don't exist. Many type-based perks don't actually exist yet. Many type-based perks don't actually exist yet. Many type-based perks don't actually exist yet. Fire types are immune to burn, ice types are immune to freeze, but electric types are not immune to paralysis, and poison types can still miss with toxic. I think those work, right? That should be all of the typing changes. Moves with secondary effects cannot status Pokemon of that type. Has that been fixed in Stadium? I think that's fixed in Stadium, right? Does anyone know if that's been fixed in Stadium? No. Not fixed in Stadium 1. Okay, okay. Don't forget about the special stat? Yeah, we're still just talking about type stuff, though. There is a very strange... There's a very strange... I'm just gonna call it bug in Gen 1, where Pokemon cannot actually be affected by... There's a very... I don't know if it's a bug, but it probably is. But in Gen 1, you're actually immune to the... I don't know if it's a bug, but I mean, it probably is. In Gen 1, you're actually immune to status inflicted by the secondary effects of moves of the same type. It's much easier to understand with an example. So, for example, electric types can be paralyzed by Thunder Wave, but an electric type will never be paralyzed by the secondary paralysis chance of Thunder or Thunderbolt. And likewise, normal types will never be paralyzed by the paralysis chance of Body Slam. Very weird, but keep that in mind in case you ever try fishing for status. It's apparently intended, and then in Gen 3 they intentionally changed this. Okay, there we go. I think that's everything about typing, right? Oh, Earl's Pokemon Academy in Stadium 2 talks about removing it. Ghosts can be trapped? There are no trapping moves, right? Except for Wrap, which ironically does not trap you. I think next we'll talk about no abilities, no held items, no natures. And then we'll talk about physical special split, and then the special stat. Oh yeah, grass not being immune to powder moves? Oh yeah. I gotta mention that. So I gotta remember that the grass not being... Ghost can't be trapped, although, yeah. Ghosts don't have trapping immunity, but that doesn't really matter because there are no trapping moves. Asterisk. Grass types are not yet immune to powder moves, so grass types can still be affected. Grass types are not yet immune to powder moves, so grass types can still be affected by Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, and Spore. Okay. I think we'll probably talk about Gen 1 rap mechanics when we talk about, like, Croulette. So, like, threatening enemies. Held items, gone! Abilities, gone! Held items! Maybe abilities? Abilities, gone! Held items, gone! EVs! Well, your rentals don't have them. It's a different system called stat experience. Natures! Gone! Nature! Okay, right. We'll go abilities, held items, abilities, natures, stat experience. Held items! Gone! Abilities! Gone! Natures! Gone! Statics! Oh, darn. Don't you mean out of here? EVs, right. Okay, here we go. Held items, gone! Abilities, gone! Natures, gone! EVs, gone? Well, they're kinda in the game. Instead of EVs and IVs, there's a system called stat experience and DVs. All you need to know about them is that you don't have them and the enemy does. All you need to know is that you have barely enemy. All you need to know about these systems is that you have barely any and the enemy has a lot more than you. So your stats suck and the enemies don't. There we go. I think that'll work. It's not that rentals have none, it's that they have very little. So I think that take will work. Oh yeah, gender gone. Yeah. Gender gone. What are we gonna do without attract? Gender gone. Gender gone. Get woke, go bro. There we go. Pika, he remembered for 15 months, thank you. You might be the record holder. One of them at least. I don't think anybody has a volcano badge yet. Soap scum, lime scale, rust, kaboom. Get on the ball. Okay, I think then we can talk about Richard Davis, thank you for 20 months. You might be the record holder. I don't even know how long the membership has existed. It might be 20 months. Next we can talk about the special split, right? We'll talk about, like, specific move quirks, like, near the end. The physical special split does not yet exist. The physical special split does not yet exist. It happened in Gen 4. Oh yeah, there's no doubles. No multi-battles. There's no multi-battles of any sort in this game. Not even doubles, so... There's no multi-battles of any sort in this game. There's no multi-battles of any sort in this game. Not even double battles, so 1v1 me, bro. The physical special split did not yet happen. For those who were... The physical special split did not yet happen. Yeah, that'll work. The physical special split did not yet happen. The physical special split did not yet happen. In Gen 4 and beyond, whether a move is physical or special actually depends on the move. So, for example, Fire Punch is physical, Fire Blast is special. In Gens 1 to 3, that's actually determined by the type of the move itself. You can see those types on screen now. All rock moves are physical, all water moves are special, and all ghost moves are... physical. Lick 'em. Had not yet happened? What did I say? Ever tried trade back Kazam in Gen 1 with Ice and Thunder Punch? Wow. Did not yet happen? That's not a big enough error to redo it, I don't think. Illiterate streamer copes with poor grammar. Yeah, the elemental punches existed, but it wasn't yet the elemental punch-out league. There wasn't a TM for them, so they're much less widespread. Go back to Earl's Academy? What did I want to say? Now we're going to talk about the special split. The special split! The special split had not yet happened. Didn't I just say that? No. Had not yet happened, right? Special defense gone! So what am I supposed to say? Had not yet happened, okay. The special split had not yet happened. Didn't I just say that? No, this is actually a different special split. In Gen 1, special was just one stat. Your special attack and your special defense, they were the same. What this mostly means is that specially inclined Pokemon are really good. What type tends to be specially inclined? Psychic! Special Pokemon are going to be way, way beefier than you expect, and physical... Special Pokemon are going to be way, way beefier than you... Special Pokemon are going to be way, way beefier than you might expect. You gotta be careful. In general, in Gen 1, specially inclined Pokemon are way stronger, and physically inclined Pokemon are way weaker. Not always, but mostly. I think that's all we have to actually say about the special split, right? Then I think we can talk about... So we talked about Pokemon, most of the mechanics. Now I think we can talk about moves, right? Crits? Maybe talk about how Bug, Poison, and Fighting have basically no moves. We can talk about... Maybe we can talk about moves now. Crits first. Substitute? Substitute's gonna take forever. Well, let's talk about crits first, I think. Crits in Gen 1 work very differently than in other... Crits in Gen 1 work very differently. If you're a Swordmaster gamer, you're gonna love Gen 1 because everything is critting all day. Crit rates are actually tied to your speed. The faster you are, the more crits you get. Sound familiar? Crits are actually tied to your speed. Crits are actually tied to your speed. The faster you are, the more crits you get. Sound familiar? Oh yeah, tied to your base speed. I should mention that, yeah. Crits are actually tied to your base speed stat. The faster you are, the more crits you get. Sound familiar? And for the most part, you are going to be critting up a storm compared to the modern games. I think the calculation in Stadium is a bit different than it is in the actual cartridge, but it still ends up being really high. Unless you're Snorlax, your crit rate is probably going to be higher in Gen 1 than it would be in Gens 2 to 9. I think the fastest Pokemon like Jolteon, Aerodactyl, and Electrode all have crit rates around 25%. It is extremely high. I think the fastest Pokemon like Jolteon and Electrode have crit rates around... I think the fastest Pokemon like Jolteon, Aerodactyl, and Electrode all have crit rates just above 20%. It is that high. So expect to get crit a lot. 27%? That is insane. The fastest Pokemon like Jolteon, Electrode, and... the fastest Pokemon like Jolteon, Aerodactyl, and Electrode have insanely high crit rates. Electrode's crit rate is 27%. Sound familiar? You have to keep that in mind because... the enemy is not just getting crazy lucky. Crit rates are way higher, which means... you have to keep this in mind, because the enemy is not just getting lucky. Crit rates are way higher. You have to account for that in your strategies. This is also pre-Gen 6, so critical hits deal 2... This is also pre-Gen 6 crit nerf, so critical hits deal double damage. They also ignore all stat drops. All of them, including your own. In modern games, crits will only benefit you. They won't ignore your positive stat boosts. But in Gen 1, they actually do. So if you Swords Dance and then crit, you deal normal damage. $1 donation from Karen, dude. Did you forget the message? If there is a message you wanted to say, I'll read it if you send it now. Crits also ignore enemy defense drops, but I don't know why you're dropping the enemy's defense. Don't worry about that. We'll mention it because, oh, you can't send a message if you donate less than $2? Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the donation. If you have a message, I'll read it. Anything else I want to say? We can talk about focus energy here in particular. Because I guess we'll also talk about the high crit moves. High crit moves in Gen 1 are extremely good. I'm talking about Slash. I'm talking about Razor Leaf. High crit moves are extremely good in Generation 1. I'm talking about Slash. I'm talking about Karate Chop. I'm talking about Razor Leaf. I'm talking about Crab Hammer. Because they always crit. I think there's like a chance that they don't crit if you're like super slow. They crit, okay? You can just assume that they do. They also fixed the focus energy bug. In the cartridges, focus energy actually cut your crit rate down to a quarter, but in Stadium it actually works and it boosts your crit rate. I would never recommend that you actually use focus energy, but the enemy might. So if the enemy focuses, they're about to crit you. But you probably killed them while they were wasting their turn. Bagel64 Slugmamail. If that was your message, there it is. Bagel64, welcome to Small Cheese. Thank you. You can now become a Slugmamail. The speed drop from paralysis, that has been fixed in Stadium. Okay, I think that's everything about crits. Karen sent a message earlier? Isn't Kingler slow? Is that the message? I think you have to be really slow to miss out on the auto crits. Crits ignore attack boosts. I did say that. $5 donation from Blue Crimson. Yo, Cheese, working tonight so I can't catch the stream, but I'm going to catch the VOD after. Thank you. There will be a premium of this, by the way. Which is why we're doing, like, 90,000 takes. What about Toxic? Is it fixed? Was it bugged? The $5 donation from Karen Dude with a message. Thanks for the Pokemon Stadium playthrough. I had a lot of fun watching rap shenanigans and hang out asking random questions. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying this list. 1.5 hours, not a single Pokemon ranked. So now I think we'll talk about moves in particular. Bagel64, thanks for all the stuff you do. Right now I'm working after the clock and your stream came in at the perfect time. Wonderful. When I'm gonna rank the next emblem ring, next DLC. I think we'll talk about, we're not gonna talk about every move, but we're gonna talk about noteworthy moves. In terms of moves, obviously there's only Gen 1 moves. In terms of the moves you can use, obviously there's only Gen 1 moves. There's a Gen 1 moves tier list if you want to hear in-depth explanation. There's a Gen 1 moves tier list if you want to hear in-depth explanations about how all of the moves work, but we're just going to mention a few that are really important. A couple are actually type shifted compared to what they are in the modern games, so Bite is actually normal type. A couple are actually type shifted compared to what they are in the normal game, so Bite is actually a normal type move, Gust is actually a normal type move, and Karate Chop is a normal type move. Not that you would ever use any of these moves anyway. Hyper Beam is actually really good in the cartridge, because if you KO an enemy, you don't have to recharge. That's actually a glitch, and in this game, no matter what, you have to recharge, so Hyper Beam sucks. Substitute does pretty much nothing in cartridge, but it actually works in Stadium, so you might actually consider using Substitute. It's almost the same as it is in modern games, just block status. Very, very useful. Yeah, we are explaining, notable moves in Gen 1. Substitute also blocks draining moves for some reason, so Mega Drain will just whiff against Substitute. We'll talk about Toxic Leech Seed. What was I gonna think? What was I gonna say? Blizzard, yeah, we should talk about Blizzard. Blizzard is ridiculous. Blizzard is ridiculous. It's not even in its final, or rather its first form. The OG Blizzard was 90 accuracy, 30% freeze chance, and freeze in Gen 1 is super OHKO. You are actually worse than dead because you never thaw out, and you're just stuck there as your opponent does whatever they want. In Stadium, it's not 30% freeze chance, it's only a 10% chance to insta-kill, oh no, and it keeps the 90% accuracy. So if you're wondering why your opponent hits you with so many blizzards, it's because it's 90% accurate. You won't be hitting the opponent with blizzard because none of the worthwhile rentals get it. Sad. Fire Blast has a 30% burn chance for some reason? I mean, I won't complain. Jinx does not have Blizzard in this game, no. Rock Slide. Rock Slide exists, but it has no flinch chance. Not that you'd be going first with Rock Slide Pokemon anyway. I gotta talk about Dig, right? We'll start with... I guess we can do a jump scare for this. Dig this! Dig is actually pretty good in this game. It's 100 base power, and the special interaction between Dig and Earthquake, where the Digger takes double damage, that only got added in Gen 2, so it's actually totally safe to Dig against Earthquake. Obviously, you would rather just use Earthquake, because it's my damage and I want it now, but some Pokemon don't have the option, in which case Dig is perfectly fine. Anything else to say about... Oh, Toxic and Leech Seed. I did mention the combined special stat. If you don't want to play the game... If you don't actually want to play the game and you just want to... If you don't want to play the game and you just want to win immediately against any foe... You can always use Toxic Leech Seed. Labman cooked it up for us. For whatever reason, Leech Seed actually increments the Toxic counter, so they both stack up and deal lethal damage instantly according to YouTube comments, but it actually takes 3 turns. This is not a serious recommendation. Don't do this. It's a waste of time. Oh, sleep status. We should mention sleep status. Okay, I guess we gotta start by sleeping, right? Oh, I have a... Hang on. I'll be right back. I'm back. I guess the webcam is asleep. Hang on. Okay. Gotta start by being asleep, obviously. I guess I'll add the snoring in post. Sleep. Sleep. Sleep in Gen 1 is pretty brutal, but it's less brutal in Stadium. In Gen 1, the turn you wake up, you actually can't act. But in Gen 1, the turn you wake up, you actually can't act. You lose your turn. But Sleep in Stadium actually can last 0 turns. So it's possible that you just waste your turn by sleeping the opponent, but you're still neutral on turns. Sleep goes from 0 to 3 turns. It'll usually give you an advantage, but not as much of an as it. It'll usually give you an advantage, but not as much of an advantage as you'd get in the cartridges, where I believe it is 1 to 7 turns, which is just dumb. Oh yeah. And people crying about Smogon for their rules. Sleep Clause, the rule that you can only have one Pokemon slept at a time, came from this game. It's official, okay? I think that's everything, right? About Gen 1 mechanics? Did we leave anything out? Thunderwave? What about Thunderwave? Oh, stat drops. We should mention stat drops. Psychic is completely... I did talk about crit on slower pokes, yes. I mentioned the same type status effect thing. Psychic is completely busted. Well, I said that already? I was talking about the type. This time I'm talking about the move. In addition to being the best stab move on all of the best Pokemon, and it's pretty much unresisted in Gen 1 except by other Psychic types, it has a 30% chance to drop Special. Not just Special Defense, because remember, Special is 1 stat. So very, very often, the winning strategy is going to be to Psychic your opponent and fish for Special drops. We gotta talk about Rap. And finally, Gen 1 Rap. We'll talk more about this later. And finally, Gen 1 Rap. And finally, Gen 1 Rap mechanics. We'll talk more about this later, but it's been 24 years, and the attack continues. Okay. Should we actually talk about Rap here, or... I think we're going to talk about it when we talk about Cruelette. Alright, I think that's actually it for, people love Cruelette. If you, NPCs have PP, yes. I posted the premium, or the pseudo-premium 600 BST for the rental run, like, right before I went to sleep. And I was able to see a couple comments before I fell asleep. Like, half of them were just emojis of Tentacruel. I'm glad you guys like Tentacruel so much. I think it's actually time to talk about Pokemon. Are you guys ready? I think we mentioned all the mechanics, right? Tentacruel is a cruel tent. Water poison types are popular on this channel. It's true. I guess, what is it? Skrelp is a water poison type. Skrelp doesn't have an emote, but the other water poison types are just Tentacruel and Quillfish, right? They're lines? And they're both emotes? Alright, I think we're ready to go, right? Because we talked about the review, talked about all these Gen 1 mechanics. And now I think... Oh, Toxapex. Oh my god. No, we're not making the Toxapex emote. Now I think we can actually talk about the Pokemon, right? Toxapex is next. Maybe when it shows up in a playthrough. Okay. Oh, I have to actually... Okay. I'm trying to get to a menu, so... That's fun. Okay. So the first group we're going to talk about are the... Looks like a bad Pokemon choice. Okay, how do I do this? The tragedy of Tauros. Have you heard the tragedy of Tauros, the overrated? It's not a story that a Gen 1er would tell you. You ready to talk about some rental... You ready to explore the rental market? Are you ready to explore the rental market? We should probably talk about the different, like, movesets. Are you ready to explore the rental market? There are a couple different formats in this game. There's Poke Cup. Are you ready to explore the rental market? There's a couple different formats in this game, and movesets actually differ by format. We're gonna try and do a holistic view of the rental Pokemon. So if they're good in one format in particular, we'll recommend them, but it's even better if they're good in multiple formats. Speaking of good in multiple formats, we're gonna start with... One of the interesting things... Oh yeah, we should mention that. Terrible moves compared to their pre-evolutions. One of the interesting things about rentals is that one of the ways they try to balance them is that pre-evolutions tend to have worse stats, but better moves than fully evolved Pokemon. And pre-evolutions actually are given additional DVs and stat experience in order to buff up their stats a bit compared to their final evolutions. For the most part, final evolutions are still the best, with some exceptions. Speaking of the best, let's talk about Pokemon that are definitely not the best. Looks like a bad Pokemon choice. These are Pokemon that you would expect... These are Pokemon you would expect to be very good based on their performance in the actual Gen 1 meta, but thanks to the rental market... they're actually bad. In fact, I would consider them a trap, and you should not use these Pokemon. These are Pokemon you would expect to be very good based on... These are Pokemon you would expect to be very good based on... What should we say? Describe them as like a trap? Does that work? Not in this economy, I guess. These are Pokemon you would expect to be very good based on the Gen 1... Oh, Arena Traps? Yeah, these are Arena Traps, I guess. It's a Trapinch? Trapinch isn't in this game. Neither is Arena Trap. We can't use any of the words. These are Pokemon that you would expect to be very good. These are Pokemon you would expect to be very good based on the Gen 1 meta, but due to the rental economy, I would actually describe these guys as Trapinch. It's not in Gen 1. I would describe them as an Arena Trap. It's also not in Gen 1. Don't use these guys, okay? That's what I'm saying. Who will be the first to fall? Before I reveal the answer. Who will be the first to fall? Before I reveal the answer, let me tell you. No king rules forever, my son. It's not actually Nidoking. Have you ever heard the tragedy? I guess I should be like hooded for this, right? Have you heard the tragedy of Tauros? What's Tauros's title? He's not wise, right? The Swole? Tauros the Angry? Tauros the Brave? He's angry, right? The Mighty? The Brazen. I like Brazen. I need like a hood. I don't have one. Oh, Tauros the Hyper, yeah. There we go. Have you heard the tragedy of Darth Tauros the Hyper? It's not a tale a Gen 1er would tell you. Yeah, Tauros is really bad in this game. It could save others from bad move pools, but not itself. It's got Bite! You mess with the bull, you don't even get the horns. It doesn't have horn drill, not that you use that anyway. Tauros is really good in actual Gen 1 because you can get Body Slam, you have Hyper Beam with no recharge if you actually get the kill, you can Earthquake, you can Blizzard. With these movesets, I don't know, man. Yeah, we can steal that line. I think I'd rather use... In some formats, it does have double edge, but yeah, that's not gonna cut it. In some formats, it does actually have double edge, but it never actually has a moveset worth using. Oh yeah, double edge is only 100 BP, we could mention that. In some formats, it actually has double edge, but double edge is only 100 BP in this generation. Bide is about as... You can try getting cute with Bide, but I don't know, We are actually ranking a Pokemon here. Bide... Bide is obviously horrendous. You would have more luck trying to get Bide in to fight for you. Oh! You can use Bide to hit ghosts if you don't want to use Fire Blast. We're really reaching here. I definitely describe this moveset as bull. Ooh. That's probably it for Tauros, right? Next! Alakazam. Two spoons! I guess I can actually hold 2 spoons, right? I gotta find these spoons. I'm back. Two spoons! Okay. 2 spoons! It turns out that dual wielding is not always better. I don't want the mischance, okay? Spoony Bard. Can I get a better move than Psybeam, please? No, you can't. So, Alakazam, unfortunately. Not the worst thing ever, but it's outclassed by a two-handed build. We'll talk about that later. Here's the scoop. Alakazam, more like Alakasham! Haha! Okay, that's it for Alakazam. Snorlax, right? You might remember Snorlax from your nightmares if you ever played Gen 2. In Gen 2, Snorlax is an unkillable god. It's the one using Curse, but you're also going to be swearing. Pretty much everything that makes Snorlax amazing doesn't exist in Gen 1. It's super good special defense, it's just mediocre base. Its super good special defense does not yet exist, it just has very bad special. Curse doesn't exist. Rest Talk doesn't exist. So you just get a very slow, decently beefy normal type that's using Bide. No thanks. Takedown. Oh yeah. I should be clear, Snorlax is still good in Gen 1, just not in this game. Chansey's okay. But not in this format. Starmie's okay. Yeah, we'll talk about Chansey here. I think we get Mew because this is the free battle and because I think it's round 2, right? Let's talk about Chansey. The price of eggs has risen sharply in recent times. Chansey was actually incredibly powerful in Gen 1 because remember, without the special split, not only does Chansey take hits, it dishes them out too. Not with this moveset. This is probably the worst rental moveset that it has. Other ones actually do have like Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, in which case it's like kind of okay, but none of the movesets actually have soft-boiled. The way that Chansey wins is usually by outlasting the enemy, and if you can't heal, you can't really do that. If you're in a format that has Chansey with special attacks, it can be brought, but don't expect it to be the full stop to special attackers that it is in the actual games. Not without being able to eat its own eggs. I don't have any eggs to put in my mouth. Executor. Probably talk about Executor, or maybe Dragonite. The mighty Dragonite. The mighty Dragonite has a 6. The mighty Dragonite has a colossal 600 BST. And these moves. It's got a very high attack stat and wrap in some formats. it's got a very high attack stat and wrap in some formats, but the things that make Dragonite good, for the most part, not going to be found in the rental thing. Yeah. Dragonite has a colossal 600 BST. And these moves. Outrage obviously did not exist yet, so don't expect to be going on a rampage. Rap can be okay, but there's better rappers than Dragonite, okay? He's... Rap can be okay, but there's better rappers than Dragonite, okay? Don't let this guy near the mic. Gets it for Dragonite. Any other traps? Oh, Cloyster. Yeah. Cloyster and Executor. Oh, it's actually got Ice Beam. Yo, that's kind of good. It's got Ice Beam and... Yo, this is kind of good. Why didn't we use Cloyster? Okay, I was gonna put Cloyster on... Okay, I was gonna say Cloyster was bad, but I don't know. I mean, this looks kind of good to me. Spaced Oyster, I feel so underrepresented. Okay, I was gonna say Cloyster was bad, but I don't know. I mean, this looks pretty good to me. This is as good as its moveset gets, though. If you try to use this thing in Poke Cup or Gym Leader Castle, it is way, way worse. Cloyster is super, super good in actual Gen 1, because before the special split, it actually didn't just melt the special attacks. This is back when Ice was actually kind of good. So I'm actually not considering Cloyster a trap, despite the fact that it traps you with Clamp. But it's not a superstar, and this way I can use this thumbnail from another... But it's not a superstar, and if I include Cloyster, I can also include this thumbnail about another rental video featuring Cloyster. What does Zapdos get? Zapdos is pretty good. Executor is definitely a trap here, unfortunately. Wow, this one gets Psychic and Sleep Powder. It's also pretty good here. Let's go to a different format, because it definitely has a worse moveset in other ones. Poke Cup, I guess. Yeah, this is about what I expected. Tor! Executor in Gen 1 is amazing. Before the special split, this thing had colossal special attack and defense, and also very respectable physical bulk. Exeggutor was very hard to take down. It could do a ton of things. It could spread sleep, 75% accurate sleep powder. It could inflict stun spore on those you couldn't sleep. You could devastate things with an insanely powerful psychic. And as a last resort, you could explode. Explosion in Gen 1 was very good. It calculated the opponent's defense as if it was halved. And with Exeggutor's actually very reasonable attack stat, you could do big damage on the way out. You're not going to do any of those things with these movesets. Hope you like 40 base power Mega Drain. Take it from someone who did an entire Egg Moves only run of Gen 1. Egg Bomb sucks. Have you seen Big Yellow's Stadium Rentals meta video? Really, really good? I don't watch them because I'm jealous! I haven't seen it. But I have seen the thumbnail. I think that's it for Exeggutor. How did your sanity survive the egg move video? It's because I was hungry for fame, okay? It's back when I had, like, 300 subscribers. I was thinking it was a fun video. I think the last Pokemon we'll talk about that's a trap is probably the starters, right? All the starters are bad. Any other traps to talk about before we talk about the starters? I think that's all of them, right? Rhydon? No, Rhydon's good, bro. We talked about Chansey. Golem? I think Golem's just outclassed by Rhydon. Maybe we'll talk about the champ here, because we never talked about fighting types. The champ is standing in for the entire fighting type because the entire fighting type is complete garbage. Nowadays, fighting is so good they had to introduce a type to nerf it. Back in the day, they were still in their training arc, okay? Fighting is god-awful. There's not a single good fighting move in the game. The best move, the highest power move is submission. 80 base power, 80 accuracy with recoil. The champ doesn't even get it. Sad. Do not bother with fighting types in this game. Mind over matter, okay? What about Gengar? I think Gengar sometimes does actually get used. Okay, and finally, Dugtrio's bad? I think Dugtrio's okay. There's somewhere it gets Earthquake and, like, Rock Slide. It's not great. Yeah, I think the last... Oh, Gyarados, maybe? We never used Gyarados, right? But we considered using it sometimes. I don't think Gyarados is that bad. And the last Pokemon I would not recommend. It's Charizard. Charizard's actually a stand-in for all of the starters. They're all bad. But it's also the stand-in for every fire type. Fire in the modern games is actually very good, and that's because Fire got a huge buff in Gen 2 called the Steel type. Fire has gained 3 resistances since Gen 1. Fire has gained 3 resistances since Gen 1. It gained an ice resistance, gained a fair resistance, gained a steel resistance. And the fact that Fire melts steel is super important. In Gen 1, Fire really only deals with bug types who are all terrible, and grass types who are almost all terrible. There's really no reason to ever bring a fire type, especially because enemy water types are very frequent and very dangerous. You like Solar Beam? Don't use Venusaur. You like Hydro Pump? I mean, I guess you can use Blastoise, but I'm not gonna say it's good. Just, it's got a sick Hydro Pump animation though, so actually you should use this. I probably should have asked, since is this an in-game ranking? Well, there really is no in-game. I guess it is. It's definitely not competitive. I think the, what is it? The Big Yellow video is about competitive, so this is not about competitive. This is actually about using rentals in the game. Extra sad news for Charizard, bros. Charizard is one of the only special attackers that was actually buffed by the special split. Almost every other special attacker actually gets worse. Almost every other special attacker ends up getting nerfed because their special defense gets dropped. But Charizard actually had their special attack increased, and their special defense stayed the same. So yeah, extra bad in Gen 1. I think that's all the traps, right? I gotta reset my recording. Two hours in, not a single Pokemon rented. Okay. So I think now we're on to the actual... Oh. I think now we're on to the actual staple recommendations. The Persians that have Slash. We're gonna start with Jinx. Now that we've disabled all the traps, what should you actually use in this game? Now that we've disabled all the traps, what Pokemon should you actually use in this game? Well, our recommendations begin with... Where's Jinx? Wait, where's Jinx? Oh, here it is. Jinx! You owe me a soda! A cold soda, it's nice type. Jinx is the best rental Pokemon in the game? I don't really think that's much of a contest. Not only is Jinx good, it is very consistently good. in pretty much every format where Jinx is available, you should just auto-pick it. 3 of its moves are almost always the same. It always has Ice Punch, I wish it was Blizzard, Psychic, hey, that's as good as it gets, and Lovely Kiss can have some very good utility, even with the nerfed Stadium 1 sleep mechanics. Its 4th move is almost always useless, but as we'll soon find out, 3 good moves is 2 more than most good Pokemon get. Psychic type, Psychic typing, and the actual move Psychic, both incredibly useful. Fishing for special drops is a huge part of winning. If you can't win by getting special drops, you can maybe win by fishing for freezes with Ice Punch. So Jinx has 2 different ways to win that are just bonuses for... So Jinx has 2 different ways to win on top of just having really good stats. Decent enough speed to go first most of the time, decent enough special to deal a ton of damage and also survive incoming special hits. Physical bulk is very bad, so you have to be careful. If you're ever worried about, if you're ever at an impasse, not quite sure what to do, it's probably a good idea to bring Jinx. I don't think it's ever a mistake. Anything else to say about Jinx? Girl power? Fading animation. The power of women. No notes. Give him a lovely kiss. I don't think I've said it yet. I don't think I've said it yet, but don't be afraid of the ice typing. We think of ice typing now as just a disaster. It's sort of a death sentence. But back in Gen 1, it was actually very good. I think it's part of the reason why it was in the Elite Four. It was actually considered a high-tier endgame typing. Just like fighting, right? Okay. Great. You still go back and rewatch that egg video? Thank you. Next, I think we're definitely going to talk about Rhydon, I think. Rhydon! Why don't you ride on these good stats? Rhydon is the premier. Rhydon is the premier physical Pokemon in this game. Amazing HP, amazing defense, amazing attack. It can 1v1 almost any other physical Pokemon in the game. It actually combos very well with Jinx, because Jinx struggles sometimes with faster electric types. Rhydon insta-wins against every single electric type in the game. They cannot do anything to him. So if you see electric types on the enemy team, bring Rhydon. Congratulations. Free victories. All of this praise is despite Rhydon having basically one move? All of this is despite Rhydon having basically one move? And we spent the entire last tier list complaining about 2 move, right? Rhydon will almost always attack with either Dig or Earthquake. Earthquake is better, but Dig at least has 100 base power in Gen 1. Rhyhorn and Graveler actually do get Rock Slide, and Rhyhorn and Graveler actually do get Rock Slide and Earthquake, but Rhydon's stats are so much better that you should still just go with Rhydon. Rhydon just has a ton of utility, both as a pivot, you can go to him when you're scared Jix can't take the hit, Rhydon almost certainly can, and a full health Rhydon can 1v1 almost anyone, as long as they're not a water or grass type, or an ice type. So really he can't 1v1 almost anyone, but he 1v1s physical attackers, okay? Anything else for Rhydon? It walls electric types. We did say that, right? Zapdos? It's okay against Zapdos. Can't beat Moltres, though. Rhydon's special is obviously complete garbage, so it dies instantly to special attacks, and it doesn't actually deal much damage with these weird special moves they slap on it, but it doesn't deal 0 damage. You can actually use them against opposing rock ground types and flying types that you can't hit because you don't have Rock Slide. They do actually see some use. It's not a complete joke. Good Pokemon. Rhydon it's number 1 in our hearts, just like it's the number 1 Pokemon. Rhydon it's number 1 in our hearts, just like it's number 1 in the Pokédex, right? It's the first Pokemon. The debate will never end. Rhydon's rock typing also makes it a very good switch in against most normal types. You can usually safely switch in as long as they don't whip out their Bubble Beam. Number 1 in my heart doesn't come until a gen later. Oh yeah. Rhydon is notably ground rock, unlike that imposter rock ground golem. Very important to note. Rhydon is ground rock instead of that fraud golem who is rock ground. Golem is pretty much interchangeable with Rhydon. I just think Rhydon's a bit better. Okay, I think that's it for Rhydon. Rhydon did not get a Chad edit. It does have one. Oh, that's not right. But I wasn't able to find the one I made that was an emote. Boober, not a staple for sure. Next, I think we'll talk about Kadabra, right? Persian? I think Persian will go in, like, niche picks. These are ones that I think you should almost always bring. Instead of dual wielding, you should go with a two-handed spec, Kadabra. The trait evolutions are actually kind of unique in that their stats are not that much different than their final evolutions. So Kadabra actually has very, very competitive stats with Alakazam, except it actually has a good Psychic move. Psychic. Don't really have much else to say about Kadabra. Psychic's the best type. Psychic is the best Psychic move. I don't really have much else to say about Kadabra. It's really fast, it's got really great special, Psychic is the best type, and Psychic is the best move. You really can't go wrong with Kadabra. I'm definitely in the pocket of Big Spoon because I'm gonna say that you can even use counter. Because Kadabra is so frail, it'll take a ton of damage, which means it returns a lot of damage with counter. Don't use counter in Gen 1, it only works on normal and fighting moves. I guess we'll also say this. Recover is not totally useless on Kadabra because remember, special is one stat, which means that even though Kadabra has pathetic HP, it actually has really good special defense, so you actually can take special hits. Might actually be able to use Recover. That can't be true about counter, right? That it only works on normal and fighting moves? That's how it worked in Gen 1. It's really bad. Enemies do not have infinite PP. Let's tiering. Well, we kind of are. Alright, next we gotta talk about Electrode. Persian, I think Persian we're gonna put in the niche one, because Persian sometimes has Slash, which is nice. But it usually doesn't. Oh, I meant to talk about Electrode. We'll talk about Electrode, then we'll talk about Articuno. Electrode. I don't know if that's how it sounds in the anime. Electrode is probably the Pokemon that most surprised me. So Electrode is the fastest Pokemon in the game at 140 base speed. It will almost always go first, not accounting for static speed difference. The most important part of Electrode is not actually its attacks, it's the status move it has. Thunder Wave is very, very useful. There are some enemies that have one very dangerous Pokemon, so Electrode's ability to guaranteed outspeed them and paralyze them is super useful. There's also just lots of flying Pokemon and water-type Pokemon that can get zapped by Thunder. I mean, you'll miss 30% of the time, but you'll hit 70% of the time. Gen 1 you can paralyze electric types. Yes, I think we did say that. Although Electrode's Although Electrode Special is not that great, it does have the highest crit rate in the game, so you'll actually... Although Electrode Special is not that great, it does have the highest speed in the game, so you're actually gonna be critting up a storm. You have almost as much chance to crit as you do to miss with Thunder. That's kinda crazy. Zappy! Swift hits Fly and Dig yet? I don't think so, not yet. I think Articuno has the strongest Ice Beam in the game, right? Numero uno, Articuno. This cover is terrible. It's literally just two PNGs. They're in static poses. Articuno is really good. 125 special. That's both on offense and defense. That's great. Strongest Ice Beam in the game, I think, at least for rentals. Really wish it had Blizzard, but I guess a 95 base power stab move with a 10% chance to insta-kill will... Really wish it had Blizzard, but I guess a 95 base power, 100 accuracy stab move with a 10% chance to super one-hit kill, that'll just have to do. I'm not gonna say that Sky Attack is good. I would much rather have Drill Peck, but there actually are occasions where you might want to use Sky Attack, and you're not just playing around. Don't ever use Razor Wind, though. Did I say it was the strongest special attack? I meant, like, strongest Ice Beam. Did I say strongest Ice Beam or strongest special attack? Oh, you're saying it, okay. I said strongest Ice Beam, okay, so I'm fine. I think it does have the strongest Ice Beam, right? Okay. Any other, staples or strong recommendations? Starmie? Zapdos? Probably Zapdos. Oh, Haunter. We didn't talk about Haunter. Yeah, Haunter. I think just as an addendum to Articuno, you might also consider counting to 2. Zapdos also very, very good. You might also consider counting to 2. Zapdos also very good. You might also consider counting to 2. Zapdos is also very good for most of the same reasons that Articuno is. I don't know if you'd count to 3, though. I'm not gonna say Moltres is bad, but it's definitely the worst of the birds. At least it's better than Charizard. It's kind of painful to say. I think that covered the birds. Oh yeah, a trainer in this game has a Moltres called Moltrash. I think Moltrash beat us, right? Like, we lost to them? I think I can... Yeah, I can do this. Okay. I just have to not be in the frame at first. I just need to get a still that doesn't have me in the frame. Okay. That should work. Ooh, it's a ghost. Don't call an exorcist, okay? You want these ghosts on your team. Haunter and Gengar both have their uses. I guess they're ghost and poison types. They're not going to be using ghost or poison moves, I'll tell you that. Haunter, as a trade evolution, Haunter's stats are actually quite close to Gengar's, and Haunter's moves are usually so much better that Haunter is preferred. But there are times when you really only care about, like, Thunderbolt, and Gengar happens to get it, in which case, yeah, you would use Gengar. They're both really fast. They're both really fast with really, really good special, and the ghost typing is amazing. You are immune to so many things in Generation 1, including Rap. More on that later. You're mostly just going to be using a grab bag of non-stab special attacks, but hey, it works. Welcome to Gen 1. Isn't Psychic immune to Ghost in Gen 1? Yup, but it doesn't matter, there aren't any Ghost moves anyway. Is Starmie a staple? It might be the last staple we talk about. Starmie's pretty good, right? Or do we put Starmie in, like, the niche? Raichu's a stable because Thunder Wave? Just use Electrode. Starmie and Niche should never be in the same sentence? Have you played this game? Surf and Thunder is great. Oh, Lapras. We used Lapras a lot. Although I think Articuno is just better. Vaporeon's not good, no. These are still staples. Lapras is better than Articuno, gets 2 good moves as opposed to 1. I don't know if I'd call Bubble Beam a good move. I think we're gonna put Lapras and Starmie both in the niche one, because we've talked about a lot of Pokemon here. I think we're gonna end staples by talking about 2 in particular for Petite Cup. So it's going to be Dratini and Krabby for this. Now we have 2 recommendations for one very specific format. The Petted Cup. I know it's petite. This is a very strange format. It is not the Little Cup you know of today. In Petite Cup, the Pokemon have to literally be physically small. Tiny enemy crab. Attacks your weak point for massive damage. Have you ever seen Krabby's stats? Here they are. I don't know why they're so high for an unevolved Pokemon, but they are. So even using non-stab strength, you are going to be shredding the enemy. Pick Krabby in Petite Cup, okay? I want to say that I'm not endorsing this strategy. I want to say up front that I'm not endorsing this strategy. But if you really want to win, and you don't care what it takes, I'm going to say that I'm not endorsing this strategy. I'm going to say that I'm not endorsing this strategy. But this is a guide on how to win. If you want to win, here's one of the ways you can do it. Thunder Wave them, and then wrap them. You'll win. Will it be worth it? That's up to you to decide. I have to actually say Dratini. A real shinobi knows the difference between victory and honor? I think I'll say that. Dratini. I'm not endorsing this strategy, but this is a guide on how to win. If you want to win, this is one of the ways you can do it. Thunder Wave them, and then start rapping. I wouldn't do this myself, but a real shinobi knows the difference between victory and honor. Those are the Little Cup suggestions, or Petite Cup suggestions. Any others? Maybe Ammonite. Maybe not Ammonite. I think those are the only, like, real standouts, right? Oh, Diglett's pretty good. Meowth, I don't think gets Slash. Nah. Yeah, we can recommend Diglett as well. Diglett's really fast, right? I think I said there would be 2 recommendations, but there's actually 3, despite the fact that this is not Dugtrio. I think I said there would be 2. I think I said there would be 2 Petite Cup recommendations. I lied. There's actually 3. Diglett Dig. And it stops there because it's actually not Dugtrio. Super, super fast. Super, super fast. Pretty suspicious attack, but when you have 100 base power stab dig and the Rock Slide for coverage, that's actually really, really useful. I can dig it. I can dig it. Was this where Cubone had Ice Beam? No, we were just messing around with animations in the free battle. Okay, I think that's it for staples, right? So next we're going to talk about niche Pokemon. Niche no Kuni. Does Pokecup Persian get Slash? We'll start with Persian. Yeah, it does. Great. How is Tentacruel as a rental? Unfortunately, not very good. But we're going to talk a lot about Tentacruel when we get to Perilous Enemies. Rent-a-Cruel. Okay, we'll talk about Persian here. Prince of Persian. Alright. We're now on to Niche no Kuni. These are Pokemon that I sometimes recommend. We're now moving on to Niche no Kuni. These are Pokemon that I sometimes recommend in certain formats. They can have their uses. We're now moving on to Niche no Kuni. These are Pokemon I sometimes recommend. They can have their uses, and they do some things that the staples sometimes fail to do. Wow, it's my favorite underrated franchise, Prince of Persian. I've never played one of those games. Persian is known for one thing in Gen 1, and that is super fast auto crit slash. It only has that in Pokecup in rentals, but you should definitely use Persian in Pokecup. Persian's attack stat is kinda bad, but when you have stab auto crit slash, you don't feel that bad attack stat. The opponent feels... Persian's attack is kinda bad, but... Persian's attack is kinda bad, but with stab, auto crit, slash, it actually does a shocking amount of damage. It's also an excellent check. It is actually an excellent check for... It's actually an excellent check for those frail psychic types. It's also an excellent check for frail psychic types. Because psychic types have such colossal special, it's really hard to break through them with neutral special attacks, and there are no super effective special attacks. So slashing them is one of the ways to do it. We're actually going to use Double Cut here. We're actually going to use Double Cut here because in formats like Gym Leader Castle, where we're actually going to use Double Cut here, I can actually get knives. Oh. I guess we could do a Scyther cosplay. Man, this is real dumb. We're actually gonna use double cut here. Reckless streamer plays with knives and cosplays as Scyther. Ow, the edge. In formats where, oh man, +2 attack. Ugh. In formats where Persian is not available with Slash, you can get Scyther with Slash. Persian is better because Persian is faster and gets stab on the Slash, but Scyther is also plenty fast, and even non-stab Slash shreds things, especially because Scyther actually has better base attack. I guess we can be like edgy. We'd be like, we're hunting psychic types? What do we say? We need like something edgy. Got a problem that needs slashing? I don't know. Backslash? Crazy streamer threatens audience with cutlery. We could have been friends. That's what Kagetsu says when he crits. You reap what you sow. Mareeper. Is a wing attack's 40 base power. These Pokemon are cut above. A wing attack has 40 base power in Gen 1, by the way, don't use it. We can do one more. The hash slinging, the slash the hash slinging slasher. Okay, that's it for that. Okay, other niche picks. Probably, we'll talk about Starmie and Slowbro together, I think. Starmie! I don't know how many stars to give this. Definitely not 5. Starmie has an... Now, we're going to take a dip into the C tier here. We're going to talk about 3 water types, because they're all kind of related, but they fulfill different roles. I don't know if I'm going to give Starmie 5 stars. Maybe 4. Maybe 3. So Starmie has a ton of potential, none of which will be given in this game. It gets great moves, and in this game, they give you, like, Surf. Water Psychic typing is really good. Water Psychic typing is really good. Wish I actually got the move Psychic. Wish I actually got the move Blizzard. Wish I got the move Thunderbolt, but you can sometimes do things with just Surf, and hey, Thunder sometimes hits. Best quality of Starmie is its speed. It is very fast, and you do want to be fast. There's a ton of advantages that come with that, including the great crit rate in this gen. Where's Slowbro? Speaking of being fast, Slowbro is not fast, but he does warn you in his name. Slowbro almost always comes with Surf and Psychic, excellent moves, and Slowbro has got some... And Slowbro is, I mean, it's kind of thick. It can definitely take a hit. However, it is slow. However, it is slow. Speaking of fast, Slowbro is not fast. It is obviously very slow. It does warn you in the name. It usually has Surf and Psychic, both great moves, and Slowbro, I mean, it's kind of thick. It actually can take a hit, multiple hits often. Unfortunately, being slow is a very, very real downside in this format. Unfortunately, being slow is a very, very real downside. Especially in Gen 1, where there's all sorts of cheese. Being slow means that you can get crit, you can get statused, you can get wrapped. Tons of horrible, horrible fates can befall you if you move second, which is the main disadvantage of Slowbro, and why I can't just recommend bro culture to you. Lapras, for the most part, is... Lapras, for the most part, is... I'm not gonna say dollar store. Lapras, for the most part, is... I'm not gonna say dollar store Articuno. It's like second-hand Articuno. Articuno is overall better, but Lapras's Ice Beam is perfectly fine. And the main reason you would use Lapras is because it does get Stab, not Surf, Bubble Beam. Which is overall, I think, more useful than Sky Attack. Lapras isn't bad. Lapras isn't bad, and if you want to go super freeze cheese, just use Lapras and Articuno. And Jinx, and just spam your 10% chance to win. Oh yeah, we can go to Pika Cup Lapras. Did I even go to Pika Cup? I just keep looping through this, hang on. It's early, okay. CPU level doesn't matter, Pika Cup, here we go. Lapras. This isn't Pika Cup. No, this is Pika Cup. Oh, do we really need to mention this? Nah, maybe not. Alright, any other niche Pokemon? Put it on hard, you filthy casual? Okay. Jolteon? I don't think Jolteon's that good. Let's talk about Nidoking. That old Rhydon's no match for the king! Now, Rhydon's overall much better than Nidoking, but Nidoking is faster, and it does have Stab Earthquake, so there are actually times where you would bring Nidoking for the speed advantage. Not many occasions, though. I'm mostly just putting this here because I really like Nidoking, okay? Nidoking! Raichu? I think Raichu is just, like, purely outclassed by Electrode, right? Now it's mime time. I don't think mime's that good. Does Magneton have T-Wave? I don't know, but Magneton's also, like, really slow. Spinning Electric Man? Is that Electabuzz? Haunter's real good? We talked about Haunter. I don't know if I would call Raichu pretty good. I think Electrode's just better. I think the main reason we used Raichu was that we couldn't use Electrode. It, like, wasn't even available. We talked about Persian. Onyx, alright. Onyx has actually got great moves. Earthquake, Rock Slide, Explosion? Wow. Attack 70. Don't use Onyx. Don't use Onyx. But, hey, it is... Don't use Onyx, but... Don't use Onyx unless you're intending to meme. But hey, it's too big for the Hall of Fame. It clips through the wall. But it's not too big for Smash, because it is actually in the Pokefloat state. Onyx! Accessible to the masses. I think the last niche Pokemon we're going to talk about is Ditto. We talked about Electrode. Electrode was actually in Staples. Yeah, we talked about Articuno. Yeah, we did talk about all the birds. Okay. We talked about Executor, too. The final niche recommendation. I'm serious. The final niche recommendation is Ditto. I'm serious. Who are you? I'm you, but weaker. If you've played this game, then you know exactly why Ditto is on here. It's only on here for 2 fights in particular. The finale of Prime Cup, you face a guy who whipped out the action replay and got a Mew. Well, now you can get a Mew, but kinda worse. And the final boss is Mewtwo. It's a 6v1, which you can still lose. Mewtwo is that strong. But hey, you can become knockoff Mewtwo with Ditto. Knockoff is not in this game, though. Knockoff would probably actually beat Mewtwo. What happened to that attack point? Good question. Question for anybody who has an uncle that works at Nintendo. Why did they give Ditto 79 attack when its other stats are 80? Somebody answer? Sakurai? Sakurai, are you watching this? I know you have a YouTube channel. Please answer me. Metamon! It missed a strength growth on level up. We didn't talk about Raichu. People keep asking about Raichu. I think Raichu is almost entirely outclassed by Electrode, but there is a format, Pika Cup fittingly enough, not even Rai Cup, where Electrode is unavailable, but Raichu is, in which case, yeah, you would use Raichu. It's about the only time you would. What about Jolteon? Jolteon's pretty bad. I don't like Jolteon. I guess we could talk about Jolteon against Mewtwo. We talked about Starmie. Anything going on with Dugong here? Nope. Now, Eevee did exist in Gen 1, which means that since the very, very beginning of Pokemon, people have never, ever, 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 ever shut up about how much they love evolutions. Jolteon's okay. Now, Eevee existed in Gen 1, which means that since the very beginning, people have never, ever, 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 ever shut up about their favorite evolution. I'm sick of it. I hate the evolutions. They're all filthy pure types, outclassed by something at some point. Jolteon's okay. It's definitely the best evolution in this game. It's actually got very good special, very, very good speed at 130 base. It can be okay. Sorry, I don't want to make the actual Eevee fans too upset. I personally am just very tired of hearing about Eevee. As you can imagine, because I do see everybody's comments, Eevee very disproportionately, or Eevee and the evolutions very disproportionately gets mentioned. Like, $2 donation from level 5 Vaporeon, my heart hurts. Sorry. I'm sick of hearing about Eevee. Jolteon does actually have some specific uses. Jolteon does actually have some cases where it's very useful. You can see that it has Pin Missile, which is one of the only ways to deal reliable, super effective damage against Mewtwo. Jolteon actually is unironically pretty good against Mewtwo because one of the two strategies you can use against Mewtwo is accuracy cheesing. And Jolteon has a very fast sand attack, and decent enough special to actually take a hit from Mewtwo. Fun fact, Jolteon's T-Bolt is stronger than Electrode's Thunder. Yeah. The issue isn't its offense. I don't recommend Electrode over it because of its attacking power. It's because of Thunder Wave. Okay, I think that's it for niches, right? It's because you just did Pokemon Conquest, who has the Eevee protagonist. Pokemon Conquest had less Eevee shilling than I expected, but Eevee's actually really good in that game. What moves does Porygon learn? Porygon's terrible. Porygon's really bad. I know everybody saw that video about Porygon's one weird niche in Gen 1, but that does not apply in this game. Nah, Omastar's not very good, I don't think. Spike Cannon. Okay, I think that's every niche, right? Let's just quickly scroll through here to see if we're forgetting anything. Starter's bad, Butterfree bad, Beedrill bad, Pidgeot bad, Raticate bad, Fearow bad, Arbok bad, talked about Raichu, Sandslash bad, Nidoqueen bad, talked about Nidoking, Clefable bad, Ninetales bad, Wigglytuff bad, Golbat bad, Vileplume bad, Parasect bad, Venomoth bad. Doug Trio we could mention. I don't know about Doug Trio. It's a really fast ground type. Lots of crits. Can't be the bad tier, you're just saying they're bad? Yeah. Now, Gen 1 Hyper Beam is not the same as the real Gen 1 Hyper Beam that skips recharge. You still recharge, so it's kind of bad. Diglett dig, Diglett dig. Trio, Trio, Trio. We can actually finish it this time, because we are talking about Doug Trio. Doug Trio is very, very fast, which means tons of crits, but this is before the attack power buff. Nowadays, Doug Trio has 100 base power on its attacks, but in Gen 1 it only had 80. Diglett dig, Diglett dig. Trio, Trio, Trio. We can actually talk about Doug Trio this time. It's very, very fast, which means tons of crits. 100 base power dig is okay. In some formats it has Rock Slide, which is nice. The main issue is that this is before the base attack buff. Nowadays, Doug Trio has 100 base attack, which is not good, but it's okay. But back then it only had 80 base attack, so you are relying on crits, which you can get fairly frequently, but not always. I'd say be careful when using Doug Trio, but it is an option for lightning fast ground type offense, which can be useful. Bro, why do people hate Doug Trio so much? It's fine. It's worse than Rhydon? I agree. That's why Rhydon is a staple and Doug Trio's not. Golduck's bad, Primeape's bad, Arcanine's bad, Poliwrath is bad. We already talked about Alakazam. Machamp is bad, Victreebel's bad. Rentacruel is pretty bad, right? We'll talk about Rentacruel later. Golem just outclassed by Rhydon. Rapidash is bad. Magneton's too slow. Farfetch'd is obviously bad. Dodrio you don't really need. Dugong bad. Muck bad. Cloyster we talked about was surprisingly good, but still wouldn't actually use it. Onyx obviously bad. Hypno's bad. Kingler not worth using? No. Executor we talked about. Marowak bad. Hitmon's bad. Lickitung obviously bad. Weezing bad. Chansey we talked about. Tangela bad. Kangaskhan bad. Seadra bad. Seaking bad. Mr. Mime, not really worth talking about, I don't think. Outclassed. Electabuzz and Boober, I don't think we have to talk about. Pinsir bad. Gyarados we never talked about. I don't think we ever used Gyarados. I don't think you would really use it. Talked about the evolutions. Kabutops is bad. Omastar is bad. Talked about Snorlax. I guess we'll mention Gyarados. That'll probably be the last one we mention. Because it has 100 base special. It's, like, not that bad. Actually, I don't know if we talk about Gyarados. I don't think it's worth really mentioning. We talked about Dragonite. There's really no reason to use Gyarados, right? Look at Graveler. We talked about Graveler. Very briefly when we talked about Rhydon, we mentioned that Graveler has better moves, but it just, the gulf in stats with Rhydon is too much. Rhydon's just better. Does Seaking have Waterfall here? I wonder. Hey, it does. No flinch chance, though, so there's no point. The Spliffing Brit. Hello! Welcome! Aerodactyl? Aerodactyl's very bad. Aerodactyl's very bad. In fact, we might actually add Aerodactyl to, like, the traps. I think we will actually do that. So we're gonna add Aerodactyl to the traps. And then we will talk about Gyarados. And then we'll go to the threats. You sure Aero has a niche? Let me know what that niche is. Three hours and not a single Pokemon rented? What about this? What now? I guess your statement is still true, but... there you go, we rented one. New records! Aerodactyl! Awesome Pokemon! And Charmeleon evolved just to fight him. I know how I'll defeat Aerodactyl, by gaining a quadruple weakness to rock. Charizard actually knew what he was doing because Gen 1 Aerodactyl is so sad. No Rock Slide, no Earthquake. Do not pick Aerodactyl. Even though it's got an amazing speed stat and sick crits, you can't actually do anything. It has no moves. Real bummer about Gen 1 Aerodactyl. I think that's it for Gen 1 Aerodactyl, right? What about that sick, refreshing Hyper Beam? Not in Stadium. Fly is strangely strong. Dragon Rage is a pseudo-seismic toss, and it's hard to interact with Fly's damage and immunity turn. That seems pretty bad to me. Now, Aerodactyl does eventually gain Stone Edge and Earthquake in the modern games, but yeah, Gen 1, it's really bad. I'm sure one day it'll be able to take advantage of Rockhead with Head Smash and Brave Bird, right? Masuda, are you listening? Is he still direct the games? I guess I'll reiterate it now. I think people might be arguing on different axes of evil. We're just talking about a rental-only playthrough of the main game, so nothing about PvP. Okay, and then Gyarados. Once you get the... Hey Masuda, I know you're lurking, make sure to like the stream. Select the one that learns Seismic Toss? What do you mean? Select one that learns Seismic Toss? Like a Pokemon that learns Seismic Toss? Why? Who gets Seismic Toss? Maybe Chansey does in this format. No. Oh, to hear the line? I mean, they're not saying it now. But it happened a few times in the playthrough where they said Seismic Toss. Oh yeah, I guess if you're here, we gotta do a bit of advertising. I guess this counts as a break. But thanks for joining the stream. Thanks from me to you. Please like the stream. You can see the like count increase in real time. Wow. And I think it does help the reach of the stream, although this is going to be made into a premium, so I'm not counting on too many people watching the VOD later. Hopefully the premium will be done next week. We'll see. And of course, if you'd like to join the Discord, that's free. There's a link in the description. And if you'd like to evolve into a mighty Patreon, I know I spent time talking about how much I hate evolutions. There's a link to that in the description as well. Okay. The VODs are the best things to listen to. I'm glad that you enjoy them. I guess some people watch the VODs. once you get the Ashina arts tree, you can learn Rising Carp. And once you use Rising Carp, you can evolve into Gyarados. I'm not gonna say Gyarados is good or bad in this game. Before the special split, it actually had 100 special attacks, so this weird special set isn't actually that bad, but I wouldn't exactly call it good. You can use Gyarados, but I wouldn't. I destroyed you with the Calorie Mate video. Sorry. There is a chocolate flavor. It's definitely better than cheese. Cheese sleep aid as he gets the best take of a line. I think that's it for the niches, right? That's all of them that we want to talk about. Any others? I saw a Calorie Mate drink the other day. Why share this information with this? Why share this information with me? Why cause me such pain? Brooklyn BJP is the cameraman, by the way, so he was there for the original Calorie Mate. Why am I named Imported Cheese? My last name is a type of cheese. I know what I must do. I genuinely don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Cryptic commands. I have to buy it and drink it? I refuse. The spliffing Brit knows what I must do. Calorie Mate follow-up. There is another food video that has already been filmed. You'll see it probably during either this week or the next. It would have been made, but I made the rental run premium instead. Just say Seismic Toss and loop it for the whole premium? Alright. And that's it for recommended rentals. And that is it for recommended rentals. If I didn't mention a Pokemon, it's because they're bad. If I didn't mention a Pokemon, it's because they're trash. Or outclassed by one of the ones I did actually recommend. Who's Omar Genba? Not me. Okay, now I think we have to talk about threats. Probably starting with Tentacruel, right? I spent 3 hours talking about Pokemon in this game, but I didn't mention every single one of them. We did rent one, okay? Alright, so it's time to talk about Tentacruel and Gen 1 wrap. We'll be seeing Stadium 2 anytime soon. I was gonna start Stadium 2 right after this, but instead I'm just gonna delete my YouTube channel. The answer is eventually. I'm sorry. I know you probably weren't here for the beginning, but I've been asked about every single game. The answer is eventually. It probably depends on how well this video does. If the premium of this rental guide does really well, I mean, we might do it sooner, but probably within like a month or two. I really like Stadium 1, so we'll probably play Stadium 2. Is Macargo good in Stadium 2? I'm gonna say no. Pokemon Picross eventually. Alright, here we go. Man doing everything in his power to not do Gen 4 starters? Well, at least you didn't ask about Gen 3, right? Alright. Do I still have enemy? Okay. And that's... Well, that's about it for rental recommendations. Now it's time for enemy phase. These are perilous enemies that you need to watch out for in your playthrough. Starting with the most obnoxious enemy in the entire game. Cruelette. Now, I know that Rent-A-Cruel here doesn't look that dangerous, and that is because it is missing the key component of the pain, rap. We said we were going to talk about Gen 1 rap. Your parents were right, okay? Rap music must be destroyed. Your parents were right, okay? Rap must be stopped at any cost. The way that Wrap and Bind work in Gen 1 is that they don't really do any damage, they do a little bit of damage, but they prevent the wrapped target from acting. At all. They don't have 100% accurate, they can miss. They're not 100% accurate. Which one is more accurate, Wrap or Bind? I think Wrap is 90, Bind is 85? Wrap is 85, Bind is 75, okay. They're not Wrap and Bind, so Wrap and Bind are the main ones you have to watch out for. Wrap is 85 accurate, Bind is 75 accurate. There's also Fire Spin and Clamp, but they're much rarer. There's also Fire Spin and Clamp, but they're much more rare. If the opponent outspeeds you and keeps hitting you with Wrap and... If the opponent outspeeds you and keeps hitting you with a wrapping move, you are helpless. You just have to sit there and take it for about the 10 to 15 minutes that it takes for you to die. It is horrible, and it is a large part of the reason why you need a fast Thunder Waver like Electrode, because that is how you can shut down the strategy. Just paralyze them, and they can no longer wrap you. The only other bit of counterplay you have is kind of counterintuitive. So nowadays, wrapping moves actually trap you and prevent you from switching, although you can still act. It's sort of the opposite in Gen 1. Although you can't act, you can actually switch, and you definitely should. Because if you switch after being wrapped, the opponent loses their turn. They don't actually hit you on the switch out. So you should switch. At which point, you'll probably just get wrapped again, but hey, there's a chance they could miss! Tentacruel in particular is a very dangerous wrapper because it has 100 base speed, which is very good for Gen 1. It also has insane special. 120 base special is very good, which means that you probably are not going to be taking it out in one Thunder or Psychic, and you're not going to be using Earthquake on it because it is a water type. It's just going to kill you with a Bubble Beam or a Surf on any Pokemon that could actually Earthquake it. Tentacruel is a threat. You need a fast electric type or you need a ghost to dodge the wraps. You should mention Pika Cup level 20. Yeah. In Pika Cup, this thing is level 20 while your rentals are capped at level 15, and the stat gulf is immense. It is super unfair and unfun. But you can win, so quit complaining, I guess. Ugh. Speaking of level 20 Pokemon, Alakazam. Alakazam is featured on the team of Alakazam is on the team of the final boss of Round 2 Pika Cup, Rod St. Fisher. This has to be one of the most difficult battles in the entire franchise. Am I fighting Alakazam or Vanilla Cthulhu? How are you supposed to beat this thing? I actually don't think you can. Pretty much the only way to beat Alakazam in Pika Cup is to freeze it. That's about it. And Alakazam has a massive chance to crit you before you can even get your one roll at freezing him. He has more of a chance to crit you than you do to freeze him. Super duper unfair and unfun. Super duper unfair and unfun. Super duper unfair and unfun. You just have to get lucky. Not a fan. Other threats to talk about? Exeggutor is pretty dangerous on the enemy team. $2 donation from Nutty Nate. The Spoons. Slowbro too. I don't think Slowbro is actually a threat. Yeah. Enemy Alakazam actually spec'd into dual wield. You have no shot. Also featured on Rod St. Fisher's team is a level 20 Dragonair. You will only ever face either the Dragonair or the Alakazam, so that's good news. The bad news is that either of them can solo your entire team. Dragonair's got only one tentacle, but it's definitely got the cruelty. You will get wrapped, or ice beamed, or Dragon Rage. Lots of ways it can kill you, and pretty much nothing you can do about it. You can paralyze it and then try and ice beam it. Ice beam doesn't kill in one hit, by the way. You can paralyze it and then it's a 2-hit KO with ice beam. Vicious Pokemon. Very hard to deal with. Oh yeah, we can see Mew as a rental. Other threats to talk about? I guess Raichu. Oh, Exeggutor. Maybe we don't need to talk about Exeggutor. This one's less of a threat and more of a jump scare. But Lieutenant Surge's Raichu has Surf. As long as you know about that, it's actually not that scary, but just beware of Lieutenant Surge's special SEAL tactics, okay? As long as you know about the Surf, it's actually not that bad. You can deal with it pretty easily, but just be aware of Lieutenant Surge's special underwater training regimen. As long as you know that it's gonna happen, it's actually not that dangerous, but Just be aware of Lieutenant Surge's special amphibious training, okay? Oh yeah, he's in the Vermilion Coast Guard. Good night, good night. We're actually almost done. I knew this wouldn't take that long. Any other threats to talk about? Aside from Mew and Mewtwo. Mew and Mewtwo will be the last ones we talk about. We talk about trainers. I think the main trainer is Rod St. Fisher. Stuff like Muck that doesn't like to die in one hit. Yeah, but what does it do to you? You barely beat the legendary bird trainer because Thunder Zapdos missed. We talk about the birds being dangerous. But I don't really have any recommendations against them. Like, what can you really do? Electric moves against them, I guess. We'll mention the birds, especially because there is a bird keeper. Or a bird boy. The legendary birds are very good when they're on your side, but they're even stronger as enemy units when they have actual movesets. There is specifically a bird boy in the Prime Cup that actually has all three of the legendary birds on his team. They're all extremely scary. Oh. Your best bet is probably your own legendary bird. Rhydon can deal with Zapdos. Rhydon can deal with Zapdos. Electrode can beat Moltres. Rhydon can deal with Zapdos. Electrode, I'm not gonna say beats Moltres and Articuno, but it does okay against them. Articuno does okay against both enemy Articuno and Moltres. Remember that fire does not actually resist ice, so Articuno does alright against Moltres. I guess we can talk about the birds individually. Zapdos can be dealt with by Rhydon. Just cannot touch Rhydon, so even if your best move against it is like strength, you'll still win. Moltres you can fight with either... Moltres you can fight with Electrode or your own Articuno. Remember that fire does not actually resist ice yet, so Articuno actually does fine against Moltres. Rhydon does not do fine. Rhydon's special is so bad that it actually gets toasted by Fire Blast, and you don't have Rock Slide to fight back with. Moltres is pretty scary. Articuno is probably the scariest. Articuno is probably the scariest, especially because its Ice Beam can super kill you. You need to watch out for that. Best counter is probably Lapras. Lapras does quad resist their Ice Beam and cannot be frozen. And Articuno doesn't resist your Ice Beam, so you'll probably win in the end. But Articuno has real high stats. It's kind of shaky. Okay. I think it's just Mew and Mewtwo and then we're done, right? Yeah, Mewtwo has no rental. Onix cannot beat Moltres. It probably just doesn't even survive a Fire Blast. And it definitely doesn't want a KO with a Rock Slide in return. The final trainer of Master Ball in Prime Cup whipped out the action replay because he has got a Mew. Not with this set, his is actually even better. It's got Psychic, it's got Thunder Wave, it's got 100 in all of its base stats, which for Gen 1 is actually very good. Mew is very hard to deal with. You can freeze it, that works for anything in this game that's not an Ice type. You can paralyze and Rap Cheese it, that's one way around it. But in terms of a straight up 1v1 fight, you probably cannot win. Especially because it's going to be hitting you with special drops through Psychic. Why are Poketubers not called Mewtubers? Good question. Sounds better than Poketuber. Anything else to say about Mew? It's just got really good stats. I think that's it, right? Yeah, swap back to round 1 to view Mewtwo. We might do that. Oh yeah, we can mention that. As you can see here, it's not randomly missing one attack point like Ditto. So the Ditto theorists, you've clearly been disproven. Back to the lab for your crackpot theories. Back to the lab with your crackpot theories. And here's an important question. Why are Pokemon YouTubers called Poketubers and not Mewtubers? Okay, I think that's it for Mew. Like, there's really not much to say. It's just kind of hard to beat. We get the Mewtwo music for this, at least. Okay, how do we go back to round 1? Start? There we go. Stadium switch. Animation? Wow. Now each round is capped off by a battle against Super Boss Mewtwo. It is a 6v1 in your favor. Don't get too cocky because Mewtwo is extremely strong. Forget about a fair fight because you cannot win one. Mewtwo is vicious. Pretty much the only way to win is through Giga Chi strats, so let's go over those. The first one is through gratuitous use of Pocket Sand. Send out Electrode, Thunder Wave it, and then you can use Flash with Electrode, you can use Sand Attack with Jolteon. Just drop its accuracy. Once you max out the accuracy drops, just hope that it misses, and then... Once you max out its accuracy drops, just hope that it misses, because if it hits you, you're probably gonna die, and there's not really anything you do about it. Then just try and go ham on it with strong physical attackers, and hope that it misses you, because if it hits, you're probably gonna die. Mewtwo has infinite PP, so you can't actually stall it out that way. Mewtwo actually has infinite PP, so you can't actually stall it out that way. In round 1, it has Blizzard, which will annihilate you. And in round 2, it actually has Amnesia, which in Gen 1 is like using Calm Mind twice. Yeah, good luck. It's kind of a... I don't know if this is a silver lining, but you'll probably never even see round 2 Mewtwo, right? I don't know if we can consider this a good thing, but you'll probably never even reach round 2 Mewtwo, so... At least you won't have to waste your time losing to it, right? Oh, it does have finite PP? Oh, okay. If you reach round 2 Mewtwo, it has max stats, so Electrode's actually slower? Wow. Mewtwo doesn't have infinite PP, but it has PP maxes applied, so it has enough PP to kill your whole team. I wouldn't bank on getting it to struggle. Its moveset does change between rounds. In round 1, it has Psychic, Blizzard, Thunderbolt, and Rest. In round 2, it swaps out... No, it does have infinite PP. Which is it? Let's fight Mewtwo without cheese. Big deadly PP. Mewtwo's moveset, I guarantee it isn't infinite because that's not how Stadium CPU works, but it's all maxed? There's an argument. Which is it? No, but Mewtwo is a unique case. Uh-oh. There's an argument. The YTC Institute is arguing amongst itself. Okay, it's all maxed? Okay. Mewtwo doesn't have infinite PP, but it does have PP maxes applied, so it has plenty of PP when it comes to wiping out your whole team. Its moveset actually changes between round 1 and round 2. In round 1, it has Blizzard, Thunderbolt, Psychic, and Rest. In round 2, it swaps out the Blizzard for Amnesia. Amnesia in Gen 1 is like using Calm Mind twice. Good luck. Round 2 Mewtwo also has maxed out stats, which means that not even Electrode is outspeeding it. It's pretty much impossible to beat Round 2 Mewtwo, honestly. It's pretty much impossible to beat Round 2 Mewtwo in an honest fight, but hey, you're probably not gonna reach Round 2 Mewtwo with rentals anyway, so you don't have to worry about it. If I can't reach it, it doesn't exist, okay? And it's not a skill issue because you can't even import your own Pokemon, okay? I'll just blame the game. One of the most reliable ways to beat Mewtwo is, ironically enough, to just rely on RNG. One of the most reliable ways to beat Mewtwo is, ironically enough, to just rely on chance. My recommended strategy is just to super freeze cheese it. There's no battles before Mewtwo, and if you lose, you can just immediately rebattle. So I suggest you just load up on Ice Beamers, Ice Punchers, and just fish for the 10% chance to freeze. As soon as you freeze, you win. He will never thaw out. So just do that over and over until you win. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, we can mention that. If you want to be a raging gaming dude, if you want to be a rambling gaming dude, does Toxic Leech Seed actually work? We can test Toxic Leech Seed. We may as well since we're already here, right? Oh, but it has rest. But the Leech Seed stays, right? What Toxic or Leech Seed user doesn't immediately explode to Psychic? How we get from ranking to Mewtwo? Mewtwo is the last Pokemon we're going to talk about. Jolteon? Oh, Jolteon does have Toxic, right? Lead with Kinesis, Alakazam. You missed everything? Yeah, we're almost done. I mean, we could just test this now, right? Let me just see anything else I want to record before then. Oh, the rambling gambling thing. If you want to be a rambling gaming dude, another way you could cheese it is to paralyze, and then to just spam one-hit KO moves, because Mewtwo is not actually immune to one-hit KO moves like Horn Drill or Fissure, but you do have to paralyze, because one quirk of Gen 1 Oko moves is that you have to actually be faster than the opponent, and Mewtwo is really fast, so you have to paralyze. Alright, I guess we'll test. We'll do some field research here. So, Jolteon has a really fast Toxic and Sand attack. So we definitely want Jolteon. Doesn't have Toxic. Well, has a really fast Sand attack. We need a Toxic user. Electrode has Flash and is really fast. We want that. Pretty much anyone could have Toxic, right? Let's see if Executor has Leech Seed. It does not. I think Execute has Leech Seed. It has both. But it's weak to Blizzard, right? So we need more accuracy drops. I mean, it missing twice in a row is not that unlikely, but we probably want other Leech Seeders and Toxicers. Oh, it's got Toxic. I guess we'll take Bellsprout. Acid. Does Bulbasaur get Leech Seed? Probably one of them has the combo, right? There's Leech Seed. That also has Leech Seed. I guess we'll take Venusaur. Alright, another Toxicer, I guess? Venonat, oh. Oh, it's actually got Flash. Do we have any Sand Attackers? We probably want more Sand Attacks, right? That's Fearow. Pidgeot? Oh, it's got Sand Attack! Here we go, okay. I think this will work. I mean, work, we'll see. Unfortunately, no announcer for the Mewtwo battle. Kinesis Zam? No. Let's see. Only one that matters is our lead. Mewtwo's about to die instantly in 3 turns. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, this is a learning experience. We're doing field research right here. With sick beats. Accent probably lives a hit? Yeah, probably. Don't miss the flash. Okay, he didn't close his eyes. Mewtwo is so cool. I don't think this one he kills us. He might crit us, though. Yep. I mean, he is the final boss. He's like a 25% crit rate. Ah, that wasn't right. I hope that's Jolteon. It's not Jolteon. Alright, well, that was a mistake. Goodbye, Jolteon. We'll Razor Leaf him. He's gonna kill us here. I threw this Pokemon away. That was a mistake. Goodbye, Bellsprout. Down. Alright, we wanted Jolteon. Interesting PP stall tactic. Not intentional. Hey, people like evolutions, right? Well, here you go. I can be the announcer. I gotta focus on this. I don't think this is a one-hit kill, unless he crits us. That's fine. Ooh, just barely a 2-hit KO. That's pretty sad. Sand attack. Look at that. How did Bellsprout not take a Psychic from Mewtwo? It's because we didn't have stat XP. Really sad. He could miss. Streamer pioneers RNG manip strats live. Hey, it worked. It would have hit us if we didn't send out Bellsprout. Gotta get these sand attacks. Very good. It's working. That's 3 so far, right? Is it 3 or 4? It's 4 accuracy drops, so 2 more. Doing well. Alright, one more. Here we go. Is Mewtwo Anakin? He doesn't like sand? Glad I joined back to see Sandy Gaming. You're about to see seedy gaming. Some real seedy strats. Ah, I got us. Jolteon heard you talking smack on evolutions. I mean, I wasn't too impressed.
Alright, well, here we go. We probably want a Toxic first, right? Hopefully this doesn't mess up. And Blizzard actually has less accuracy than Psychic, so odds are in our favor here, I think. Frozen. Obviously that's gonna kill us. I don't think we have any, we don't have any Toxic users left. Well, that was unfortunate. Oh, you can't concede. You have to actually, send out a Pokemon first. Whoops! I think this team is fine, though. Get rid of Pidgeot? No, I think Pidgeot's fine. We got pretty unlucky with the immediate crit on Electrode. And also, I mean, we made a mistake switching into Bellsprout by accident. Yeah, we could also just save state, because, like, we're just testing this, right? Electrode can outspeed and paralyze. We can't paralyze him, because we're trying to test a Toxic thing. Don't close your eyes. Flashed. Miss me or don't crit me. Either of those would be fine. Hey. That's good. So I brought Electrode. Alright, don't miss. Didn't miss. Do miss. Oh. But we survived one. Alright, here we go. Don't close your eyes. Didn't close his eyes. Alright, that's 3. Hey, going very well. Oh, we could bring Caterpie or Weedle after lowering accuracy to lower speed without para. We don't really need to do that though, do we? Didn't close his eyes! Flash doesn't have perfect accuracy, by the way. Ah, he got us. Oh, and he crit us. Goodbye, Electrode. Alright, let's send out Jolteon next, right? We got 4 flashes, I think? So, 2 more sand attacks here. Man, Mewtwo's so scary. Missed us, though. That's good. Sanded. This is real rental gaming? Yeah. This is the rental experience. Alright, just don't crit us, and then we max out our... That's fine. That's fine. So now accuracy loss should be maxed out. We're just gonna create a save state here because, I mean, we're just doing science, right? They probably save stated to create Mewtwo, right? I think if we go to execute, he doesn't even kill us with a Psychic, so that's actually fine. And we're not gonna pin missile him, okay? If you want to see super effective bug moves on Mewtwo, go watch the premium, or the pseudo-premium. Hey, he missed. Alright, let's get him. Toxic first, right? So he has to miss well, we don't want him to hit this. Iced. Oh, iced. It's actually bad, right? Because he's the only one who had both pieces. Toxic with Jolteon? Jolteon doesn't have Toxic. Alright, Bellsprout, get him. Otherwise I would have just Toxic with Jolteon. Here's the Psychic. More accurate than Blizzard. Missed, okay. So now Psychic is, or Toxic is counting? And now we have to actually get the Leech... We missed. Where's the Justice? He's just a Sprout. Oh. Now we're out of Toxicers, right? So we gotta load. What? Hang on. I did create a save state. I guess it didn't work. I guess we gotta try that again. Drowsy. I did create a save state. I guess it just didn't work. We got pretty unlucky there. Although we got lucky with the initial Electrode. All this just to test Toxic Leech Seed. This guy is so dangerous. Do we have Toxic here? Oh wow, we actually have Toxic on this. I mean, that's better than Bellsprout, right? Yo, he's on our team! Rentacruel! I don't think Tenta can survive a super effective Psychic. It's probably functionally the same as Bellsprout. We need the other Leech Seed, though. Okay, and our last one was Jolteon, right? This time for sure. Rented. I'm thinking I should just do the research myself. We'll get him this time. Mewtwo's so strong he prevents save states. After eggs die, Leech Seed first because of rest. But I want the Toxic counter to go up. Can't really expect the first Psychic to miss. It would be nice if it did. As long as it doesn't crit, that's fine. That's bad. Sack Jolteon instead of swapping into eggs, only need to survive one turn. But he's Psychics on the swap, right? Eggs should be fine. Time to sand. Only one accuracy drop here. Pretty icky. That's a reset. That's a reset. Wow, what a final boss. Mewtwo mad we made a save state? Well, apparently not. RNG manip. Critting more than FE6 Swordmaster. I think it's a little less, right? Because I think FE6 Swordmaster, it's 30 base, right? I think Mewtwo has only 25. Oh, that's actually wrong. Hang on. Oh yeah, may as well check if Tenta survives. I don't think he does. There's no way he does. Wrap after Toxic Leech Seed for True Despair. That is our plan. So far we haven't missed Flash, so I probably shouldn't have said that. Oh, we got him. That's really good. Probably save state here, right? And let's make sure it actually worked. It should have. Ah, okay. Today's the 29th. I see. Okay, it did work. It did work. Seeing how this works, this does seem like Freeze or Okor are the better strats. Yeah, I think Freeze is the best. $3 donation from Nutty Nate. $1 for every turn of Toxic Leech Seed? What do you mean? It's 0 turns. It's instant death. Okay, two flashes. Can we get 3? We can! Can we dodge this? We can! Very good. 4 flashes. Better than the Flash movie. Are they gonna get mad at us for streaming the Flash movie? We're gonna get copyright claimed. Oh! The Flash! This is actually really good. We have never missed a Flash. Electrode's really good. Excellent reviews for the Flash movie! Firecrackers are the best tool, it's true. Ah, he got us. Can't complain about that. Really good. Let's actually save state here, because that's huge. And make sure that actually did save. Very weird how it sometimes doesn't. Do I have to, like, open it again? It didn't save. Come on. What in the world? Okay, this time for sure. Alright, let's go to... Let's actually get the last, Let's get the last Sand Attack. I'd recommend sending Pidgeot and saving Jolteon. Well, too late. Don't crit me, bro. Perfectly fine. Okay. This is as far as we've gotten. So that's all accuracy drops. Let's go to execute now. It's fine switching into this because he's gonna Psychic. It's not gonna kill us anyway. I guess this could crit us and kill us, but hopefully it doesn't. That's fine. We've never dodged a Blizzard. I'm sure we will this time, right? Here it comes. Less accurate than Psychic. Cold? Got him. Finally. We actually missed our Toxic last time, so let's see if this works. Okay, got him. We're almost there. We have a couple options here. Don't hit me? Alright, now we just gotta seed him. This is also not 100% accurate. Instant death? Not instant death. It evaded the attack. Not seeded. We do have Venusaur can also seed, though. Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay. Instant death? Instant... We won! We won, right? The webcam is lagging. Hang on. Instant death to the webcam, apparently. Instant death. Okay, we're back. Well, you can definitely see that his HP became 0. Alright. So what we're really trying to test is if he will rest, and if the rest resets the counter on Leech Seed, because it'll heal Toxic, but it won't actually heal the Leech Seed. So I guess it doesn't really matter what we do now. I guess we can just throw more seeds. We actually don't want to wrap because we actually want him to rest. So there's the poison. Yeah, and Leech Seed does work. He actually needs to rest next turn, otherwise he dies, right? Might be instant death. We're just gonna stare at him with the eggs. He has to rest. Oh, he rests. He knows! He knows! Psychic type. And it resets the Leech Seed. Okay. So let's actually see if it... Next turn, if he takes more damage. No. Yeah, it doesn't work. Guys, can you believe it? Toxic Leech Seed doesn't work. Okay. Oh, you can win with a wrap. That's true. No, but the thing is... No, they do take Toxic and Leech Seed if they get wrapped. Oh, yeah, we can see that. Hang on. Because we do have the save state. This Mewtwo does not have amnesia. It's round 2 only. Let's see if we can wrap him. And we can finally get our Cruellette gameplay, because we've never actually used Cruellette. So I think just one more Sand Attack gets us there. I wonder if this is sad, because he missed Psychic last time. If we do the exact same actions, do the same things happen? I think they do. The future is determined. So he should miss this Psychic, then we're gonna hit the Toxic as he misses Blizzard, and then we're gonna miss the Leech Seed as he misses Blizzard. That's if it's predetermined. Wait, maybe we can't change our fate. Did Lucina lie to me? Yeah, it looks like if you do the same actions, the same things will happen if this hits. And then if the Leech Seed misses. Oh, Leech Seed first so he doesn't rest? It looks like the seed is the same. It's the same seed! I think in this case he actually will rest before we can wrap him, right? He's gonna rest one turn before we can wrap him. Because we have to go to Tentacruel now. Seeded! But if we wrap him, then we get him. Iced? Ah, missed. That's fine. And he's gonna rest here, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's true! We can start screeching! We're doing more science here. A horrible screech! And now we do more damage with Wrap. So he wakes up next turn, right? A horrible screech! Rentacool Street. Yeah, okay, here we go. So we're going to create another save state here. Just for convenience. And we're gonna Toxic here. And then we just have to dodge one Psychic. And then he should be dead. Look at all this science. Uh-oh. Alright, we have to dodge 2 Psychics. Which is possible. Psychic also might not even kill us. If it doesn't kill us, it's going to be very close. I think it probably will kill us, though. Here we go. Alright, now we just have to dodge one more. If we wrap him, we win. Oh, hey, we didn't die! Yo, we're the final boss. We have to hit this. It heals us! We just have to hit this. Yes. So earlier we streamed the Flash movie. You ever see the Oppenheimer movie? I am become death. Destroyer of worlds. It's us. That's a wrap! We got him. It's over. He can't do anything. And I think he still takes the Toxic and the Leech Seed. It's over. Sapped. Okay, I'm not gonna call this a viable strategy, but it does work. Fisher would be proud. I think we get the credits. Alright, so yeah. Alright. Myself, Labman, and the rest of the YTC Institute did do some research. Labman and the rest of the YTC Institute did do some field research on whether or not you can use Toxic Leech Seed against Mewtwo. You can with an asterisk. I'm not endorsing this. I don't think this is actually a good way to win, but it is possible. So you start with the accuracy cheese, then you apply Toxic and Leech Seed. The thing is that Mewtwo will rest, and resting stops the combo from going off. It resets the Toxic counter. However, Rentacruel on your team actually does have Toxic. So once Mewtwo wakes up, you can Toxic it, which restarts the instant death. And Tentacruel's special is so good that it can actually survive a super effective Psychic from Mewtwo, which is kinda crazy. And then you can give him the loving Tentacle Embrace, and then it's over. Because Mewtwo is a single character, so he can't actually switch out. It's gonna be stuck, and then once it's in your loving tendrils, that's it. It's not instant death, but Mewtwo can't actually interact at that point, so it's basically death. You just have to wait a little while. Questar Welsh. Wow, 4 hours and only one Mewtwo defeated? Hey, Chiharu Ito. Alright, I think that's actually it, right? We talked about everything we wanted to. It didn't actually take 6 hours. So I think, anything else we want to say? Randy Shoemake. Not a verb. Good to see the two main character team up to defeat the final boss. Professor Oak was right when he said to use your Master Ball on a Tentacruel. It's true. We should put that image in the premium. I think we'll just have it at the title screen. So we're not quite done. We just have to make the closing comments. Pika. We're not gonna do Stadium 2 after this, but I guess we'll have it on this title screen, so I have the B-roll for this. And that is the rental recommendation guide. Now you are equipped with the tools to beat Pokemon Stadium the way Nintendo intended. Of course, we gave you the knowledge, but it's up to you to execute it. When you're playing... Nope. Now, we gave you the knowledge, but of course, the execution is up to you. When you're actually playing the game, you won't have our support, but just know that everyone here at the YTC Institute is using Encore. We're on your team. Don't get wrapped. Actually, I guess type your messages of support for the future viewer. Now's your chance. You've got about 30 seconds to type your supportive messages to the future viewer. Okay. Encore, good move. Alright. Now, we've given you the knowledge, but the execution is up to you. You're the only one that can conquer the stadium, but just know that myself and the lab men here at the YTC Institute, we're on your team. Encore's in Gen 2, but we're using it right now for you. Good luck! Don't get wrapped. Okay. That's probably our closing comment. Okay. That is it for the things we need to cover? Any, like, announcer requests? I think I said, like, I would just read lines that people wanted me to say. That, like, I guess the announcer would say. So you can just type those, and I guess we'll say them now? And then maybe the last thing we'll do is we'll do one of, like, the quick battles and see how that goes. And that'll be the end. I guess we can do a minigame as well. What's the point of splashing? We can read those as we do a minigame. It's a wild one from the word go! The type disadvantage has no effect. Oh! It's Onyx! Seismic Toss! What a lovely kiss! This is a battle between two different types of Pokemon. Carp. Ride that surf! What's the matter, trainer? Neither one is conceding an inch. No! Taken down from the word go. Oh, it's Croulette. Oh, looks like a bad Pokemon choice. We lost. Not the best. And there goes the battle. Down! The level disadvantage is obvious. Wait, what is this event battle? Oh, it's nothing. Looks like a bad game design choice. The amount of reserved Pokemon is 3-1. The battle has become one-sided. Oh, it lets you set rules? That's not right. We're playing as blue, apparently. Ground zero. He does say that. I'm just gonna pick all three starters.
Let's get started.
Hey, it's the actual announcer. Fire v fire. Do we have dig? We do. Here it comes! Thunder! Oh, we're faster. Oh, does he have it?
They're both being cautious here.
I can't believe it. Not again. Not again! Dig this!
Miss the target.
I don't think it's gonna kill us. Vulpix sucks.
Perfect game.
Alright, we're just gonna slash him.
Furious battle.
And then hope that he digs, and then we'll counter dig.
They go into battle poses.
I don't know if we actually get a guaranteed slash because we're kind of slow.
Lock the weak.
Dig? Ooh, Fire Blast. This actually might kill us.
What's next? Yeah, it's a hit.
The type disadvantage had no effect.
Is it down and out?
Got a blast! Farewell.
What will the next Pokemon be?
Well, we do have a Squirtle.
The combatants face each other.
Horn Drill!
Oh, it's
That was brutal!
It has to make up for lost ground. How will the type difference affect battle?
Wow, these are some good moves. Nice fading animation, yeah. Fire Blast gonna do maybe about a third of our health. Don't burn me.
What's this? The attack wasn't effective. Ride that sir!
It depends what his last two Pokemon are, I guess.
Oh!
It's a revolving door of Pokemon!
Which Pokemon is coming out?
Who is it? Ooh, it's Oddish.
Oh, it's Oddish.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's Oddish.
The Pokemon are entirely
We have Ice
different
Beam.
types.
I don't think Bulbasaur can even do anything. I think we just Ice Beam?
They strike fighting.
Yeah, we're
poses.
faster. We could freeze.
There's the attack. Whoa, looks like a bad Pokemon choice.
Looks like a bad Pokemon choice. Ooh, Petal Dance. That's gonna kill us, I think.
Wow, that's an effective hit.
It's an effective hit. Awesome fanning animation. I think we lose this.
Only one Pokemon left.
I don't know what Bulbasaur can do.
Oh, it's Bulbasaur. It's one Pokemon against two now.
Oh yeah.
Tense battle continues.
Our moves are really bad.
They go into battle poses.
We don't have it's not 100% that we lose, but probably. Can't believe we're using Cut. Oh. That's a decent hit. I don't know. Hey, we have Razor Leaf. I mean, this is gonna do nothing. This is gonna do like 8.
It didn't do much damage. Fireworks are flying in this battle.
Gotta get him with Cut.
Commands are issued. What's next? There's
Ugh.
the hit.
Terrible. The announcer's really hyping this game? Yeah.
That was weak.
Should have switched the turn
Number
before.
one is conceding an inch.
I mean, we're not doing any damage. Yeah, Petal Dance I think is only 70 base power in Gen 1. It's really bad.
That's a good hit.
We could still win, depends what their last Pokemon is.
Is it down and out?
I think if it's Psyduck, we lose. Psyduck has Ice Beam.
Both combatants are down to their last Pokemon.
Casually tossed aside! Oh, we lose.
Oh, it's Psyduck. There's just one Pokemon aside now.
I know Razor Leaf is not a one-hit
The
kill.
battle is coming right down to the one.
I think he's faster when he just Ice Beams us.
Face each other.
Yeah, we just lose.
Ice Beam. Perfect.
Perfect aim! Oh no! Yeah, we have to sleep him here. That's the only way we win, because Razor Leaf's not a one-hit kill. We could win. This has to hit first.
The move failed to click. The intense battle continues.
Intense battle. Masuda won't let Psyduck lose.
Touch of confusion.
Touch of confusion. And he crit us! And he sent us to ground zero!
Down.
What an embarrassment. Was Razor Leaf really not a kill? Yeah, I did it before. And it's not a one-hit kill. Man, that was embarrassing. The counter dig ruined us. We also could have won. Without even getting that lucky. I think with average luck on sleep, we would have won. But that's unfortunate. Alright, last thing we'll do is we're just going to be a rambling gaming dude. We're just going to Thunder Wave and then we're going to Oko Cheese. So we just want Pokemon that have one-hit kill moves. So we start with Electrode. I believe Rhydon has Horn Drill, right? Or a Nidoking. Yeah, Horn Drill. Hey, this thing has Toxic. Kingler, I think, has Guillotine, right? He has Toxic, too. $2 donation from Nutty Nate. Time for real Mewtuber gaming? Yeah, here we go. And we have, like, Seeking. Does Seeking have Horn Drill? Alright, yeah. Seeking does have Horn Drill. Does Tauros have it? No. Does Pinsir have Guillotine? It does! Onix has Fissure? Does it? No way. Oh, it does. It does! Now this is strategy, okay? Onyx will be the one to strike Mewtwo down. Does he have to be fast for that to work? That's why we're going to paralyze him. It would actually rule if Onyx takes it down. We'll do it with Onyx. Paraflash. No crit, that's good. Yeah, no announcer against Mewtwo. I don't know where we are. We're in like a void. Why is it okay if we're in a void in Gen 1? But, oh, no, we're not a sniper. People complain about no backgrounds in Gen 8 and 9, but nobody complained in Gen 1. What's with that? I think we're in Illusio, the Psychic Kingdom. Maybe Mewtwo was the announcer all this time? Yeah, have we ever seen the announcer and Mewtwo in the same place? Alright, here we go. Well, 30% chance for this to hit. He could also get paralyzed, or he could miss Blizzard. But, I mean, the odds are not in our favor. Goodbye. Oh! Yeah, no way we survived that one. Seeking? Seeking? A Horn Drill? I think Mewtwo has Thunderbolt. Drilled? No. Yeah, goodbye, Seeking. Yes! It's got kind of a sad fainting animation, just goes belly up. Lightning Rod? Wow! Time to put Seeking in niche? Ah, we missed. Full para, please? Man, is Mewtwo the final boss or something? How come he's so strong? I can't believe Seeking survived. I'm actually interested in... Oh, A. I'm actually interested in seeing if Guillotine has the lethality animation. Let's see, Guillotine. Oof. Pinsir might not die in one hit, although its special is kind of bad. It's gonna take a ton, obviously. Yeah, it survived barely. By the way, is Mewtwo actually immune to Oko moves? I don't think it is. I think we're just getting kind of unlucky here. Oof. It isn't, we're just getting screwed? Okay. We gotta get him with the... Well, okay, well we have 3 kings on our team. You heard of the 4 kings in Dark Souls? We got Sea King, we got King Lur, and we got Nidoking. We got the 3 kings. I think King Lur definitely dies in one hit, right? We've got Trash Special. We have 4 because of Onyx. Glurcian? Missed. Full para? He didn't get paralyzed a single time. Yo, he one-shot us with a neutral psychic. That's crazy. We didn't get a single 30% insta-kill. He never hit the 25% para chance. He also dodged our flash. Don't worry, Nidoking is gonna do this, though. Nido Kingdom? Oh. Full para? Oh my god, final boss. Final boss privilege. And he crit us. Obviously, we would have died anyway. Alright, well that was pretty unlucky. Dude, Mr. Fix the Mewtwo. Oh yeah, one of the most fun parts about the 1-hit KO moves is the announcer's reaction. Unfortunately, we don't get that here. It's just so that Onyx gets another chance, right? Yeah, we'll be fine. Yeah, 6 missed 30%. No para 6 turns in a row, and we missed Flash. This is pretty bad. Trimons with Seismic Toss that damage is good on empty. We're not actually trying to win. We're just cheesing here. Hey, that's good. Flashed? Ah, that's too bad. Well, we do survive one if it doesn't crit us, which is nice. So we get another chance. Special falling is no problem. This is the cheese I always used as a kid. It's what I did too. Para flash wrap is what you would do. Or just freeze. I think super freeze cheese is the best. We might not get hit. Whoops. Alright, well, Onyx gets first dibs, right? Man, Mewtwo is so cool. Here we go. We're gonna drop him into the void, okay? I learned the word fissure from Pokemon. Here we go. 30% chance to win. He could get paralyzed? He could miss? Hey! We're just ramping up the suspense, okay? Here we go. Lord Onyx sends his regards. Here we go. 30%? Are you sure he's not immune? He could miss. Yeah, no way we survive. Onyx is trash special. I'm starting to think he might actually be immune. Guillotine? Well, okay, well... First of our 4 kings down, but we've got King Lur. I do want to see the guillotine animation. Does guillotine turn them red? How far in the agenda are we? We are almost done. We're just trying to execute Mewtwo here. Are you sure it's not immune? He could miss. He didn't miss. Luck is not on our side. Alright, Seaking will do it. We know that Seaking can survive a Thunderbolt from Mewtwo, apparently. Yeah, 30% is not very high chance, but we've done this a ton of times. Drilled? Drilled! People say that Mewtwo is good, but Mewtwo loses to both Beedrill and Seaking. Weak to getting drilled! Wow! Long live the king. One of our 4 kings did it. Drilled by Seeking doesn't one-shot Seeking greater than Mewtwo. After further research from the YTC Institute, we've determined that Seeking can actually survive a Thunderbolt from Mewtwo. And hey, Mewtwo's not immune to one-hit kill moves, so you can drill him. This is not a recommended strategy. Oh, we have to watch the credits again. Yeah, you actually can't skip them. Alright, so the very last thing we're gonna do is... we're gonna guillotine a Magikarp. Because I want to hear the announcer react to it, and that's it. That's the last thing we'll do. No wonder Mewtwo doesn't like humans. We humiliate him all the time. Can't skip credits, bad game. Gotta do this research, okay? Gotta watch these credits. It's the Water Temple. The credits really remind me of Ocarina of Time. Dude, the credits font is Psychic and Water type. It's pink and blue. The Sludge Stadium? Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight here. I think I said it last time, but the backgrounds definitely do not hold up. The backgrounds are pretty bad. Do you have enough exploders to kill Mewtwo? What's my favorite arena? I like this Elite Four one. Oh, Golem can explode? We'll try the bomb squad against Mewtwo. Let's actually do the bomb squad against Mewtwo, see if it works. Onyx also has self-destruct. True. Let's try the bomb squad. And we'll actually save state here so you don't have to watch the credits again. Lots of research here. I think this is RNG proof, right? This should be totally consistent. So we're gonna paralyze and then just blow them up. So Onyx actually does have explosion. Or self-destruct. Golem also can explode. No, it can't. Graveler? Uh-oh. Cloister? Shelter? Good thing we didn't suggest this. Execute can explode, right? It's not gonna do much, though. Do we have enough Bomb Squad members? I don't think we do. So, let's see if we can... Let's get all the exploders we can. None of these can explode. Coughing maybe can. Oh yeah, Voltorb, Line, and Muck. Magneton can't. Muck? Grimer? No. Coughing Line? A Voltorb, maybe. Nope. Coughing? It's got Toxic. Wheezing? No. Gengar didn't have it. Yeah, I don't think we can do this. We don't have enough. I don't think there's any other exploders. Gengar line? I don't think any of them had it. Ghastly doesn't. Haunter doesn't. Gengar doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't work. Snorlax? Nope. Yeah, never mind, it doesn't happen. But we already saw the Oppenheimer movie, right? We saw true terror. Yeah, I don't think it's worth testing it with Screech and then Chain Explosions, because that's... I think that's just, not really worth it. Because at that point, just, like, Freeze Cheese them, or Accuracy Cheese them. Onyx Bomb will be enough? Absolutely not. Like, we can see how much damage it does. Mewtwo must have damp? I don't think this is gonna work. So we need a Screecher, right? Does Persian have Screech? We can start screeching. It does. And we know Tentacruel has Screech, right? And survives a hit, so we'll take that. And then we'll just take all the bombs. Who are the other bombs? There was one more, right? It's like Execute. Very bad. Do we actually have another way to Thunder Wave? Nope. Bombs? You want it? Electabuzz can probably survive a hit, right? Let's actually do it with Electabuzz. To Thunder Wave. Watch the eggs do more damage than Onix? Yeah, for sure. Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend. And we get to see the Electabuzz fading animation. Back to the lab. Lab oil. Assuming we don't die here. Which we can if he crits us. I don't think we'll die to a normal hit. That's good. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, great. Rope is wrap. I'm setting up a reflect. That'll keep us safe. Gained armor. Now we're weak to armor slayers. Oh, he doesn't have one, though. And we get... I think we can get all 3 Screeches. Assuming Screech doesn't miss. Metronome Explosion. Goodbye, Electabuzz. Oof. Stiff. Alright, let's see. Persian? Yeah, Persian. Electro didn't have an exploding move? Oh, it doesn't? Oh, then I guess we shouldn't use Explosion. Or we shouldn't use Electrode then. There's only 2 Exploders then, right? Screeching? Greatly fell. As long as we hit all of our Screeches. Hey, wow, we didn't die. Persian good? We definitely want all 3 Screeches. Persian isn't that frail? I mean, I think it's pretty frail. Ooh, goodbye, Persian. Now we have to hit both of them with Tentacruel. I just came into the stream, so I was trying to figure out what you meant by bombs. Yeah, like self-destructors. I don't think we have any explosions. It's just self-destruct. We also have to hit these Screeches. That's good. Yeah, we actually don't want to crit here. Critting would be bad. Getting crit here would also be very bad. That's fine. Screeching? Okay, great. We're ready. Let's actually want him to kill us here. And then we'll see how much the booms do. I don't think this is gonna work. Tentacruel is so bulky? Yeah, Cruelette is a threat, man. We're gonna end the stream by blowing the stadium sky high. I mean, let's see. 2 self-destructs. How much is this gonna do? We actually don't want to crit. Oh, it might work. Egg bomb? Further research from the YTC Institute has determined an alternate strategy you can use. Thunderwave Mewtwo. Screech it 6... Thunderwave Mewtwo. Screech it 3 times. And then have your own private screening of Oppenheimer. Eggenheimer. Can Onyx do it? Hang on, Onyx might be able to do it. We gotta test it with Onyx too, right? We screeched 4 times, but one of them missed. Oh, this is not correct. Well, we can just surrender here. Executor's only 25 attack? Dude, this science is too spicy. This is a good strategy. Okay. So we can Thunder Wave with Electrode since it can't explode anyway. Persian Screeching is good. I guess we can bring a third Screecher? Tentacruel Screeches. Any other Screechers? 4 Screechers in Onyx? Does Magneton have Screech? That's Flash. Magnemite? Flash. Aerodactyl, surely? Aerodactyl's really fast, right? Nah, it's got Supersonic. Seeking have Screech? No. Does Voltorb have Screech? Nah. Well, we need Onyx. We don't need another Screecher, but it would be nice. Meowth? Oh, it does. Great, Meowth. And I guess we can have, like, a sacrifice, right, to get a free switch? So something with a fun fainting animation. Rattata? We haven't seen Rattata. Ekans Ideal Mewtwo Sacrifice? Okay. Oh, Porygon? I like Porygon's fainting animation. Bring out Porygon. Oh yeah, we need something alive at the end. We're muck. Lead Electrode for the paralysis. And that's the only one that matters. Man, it is not Mewtwo's day here. Well, Thunder Wave for sure. No crit? Hey, that's good. Time to flash for extra consistency? This field research is pretty intense. Mewtwo must be sick of seeing electrodes. He's real sick of them. He crit him. Could probably do it after 2 Screeches, but we're gonna get 3 just in case. Let's go. I mean, we haven't seen Meowth, right? I guess we'll go to Meowth. Oh, look at that. We're screeching. A horrible screech. We hit the flash, right? So this could miss? Hey, look at that. A horrible screech. Okay, we got 2. Goodbye, Meowth. Yeah, no way it survives. Oh, awesome feigning animation, though. May I ask exactly where one would expect a weak spot to be on a sphere Pokemon? How do you crit the ball? I don't know. They attack its mind, though. I guess we'll go with Persian. Or Tentacruel. We'll make Tentacruel die, because we really don't like Tentacruel, right? Screech hit? Alright, we're ready. Alright. In this case, we can get to see the Porygon fainting animation. And Porygon is an emote, so get your 404s ready. I don't know if it's a one-hit kill, but it's gonna be close. Wow, Porygon survives. It must have a use in the Gen 1 meta, right? We can convert, we can recover! We're obviously not gonna do that. Don't worry, conversion will make us resist Psychic? Is this another secret tech? Now we can wall it with recover! We're downloading him, okay? This is the power of Porygon. Look at this! We could stall him with recover! No, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna wait for we're just gonna wait for Mewtwo to kill us. This is not Porygon's time, okay? We got a special drop as well, right? We can't survive this. Not very effective. No, my program! Porygon did nothing wrong. Alright, now we just have to not crit with self-destruct. Here we go. We actually have a decent crit rate, so that's kind of worrying. Here we go. Yep, it works. Alright. After further research from the YTC Institute, we have determined there is a very reliable, completely non-meme way to one-shot Mewtwo using Onix! I'm dead serious. So what you do is you paralyze Mewtwo with a fast Thunder Waver like Electrode. You start screeching. You can screech with Tentacruel. You can screech with Rentacruel or Persian, get 3 screeches. And then, you can use either Execute to create... You can use either Execute, or you can use Onix! They're the only two that have self-destruct. You send one of those out, and then become Death Destroyer of Worlds? And then become Death Destroyer of Worlds? Why pay to go see Oppenheimer when you can have your own home screening? At that point, self-destruct is a 1-hit KO. And Mewtwo has no counterplay because it's slower, and it doesn't know to heal up because it's at full health. Actual non-meme viable Onix strat! Please subscribe. Yeah, it actually worked. Wow. Glad we're doing all this science. Wow, this safe state actually worked. If Onix was your last Pokemon, you'd lose or win. You'd lose. So it can't actually be your last Pokemon. You bet a Taurus Double Edge also kills? Probably. Oh yeah, please like the stream if you're here, if you don't mind. You don't have to. We're almost done. So the last thing we're gonna do is... we're just gonna... spam Guillotine on a Magikarp. Because I want to see the Guillotine animation and hear the announcer's reaction. Gotta Paralyze. Oh, I saw the credits and thought I missed the end. We've seen the credits like 4 times. Any other Guillotiners aside from Pinsir and King... Wait, do they even have... Am I in the right format? Okay. I gotta make sure Kingler actually has Guillotine here. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I intend to only give one Pokemon. We're just gonna give him a Magikarp. Welcome to the stream, chat. Last thing we're gonna do today is brutally execute an innocent fish. How do we complete with fewer than a full team? Is it possible? I hit start, it didn't do anything. Let's see if I can do it here. So Magikarp, and then just hit start. And we can just give him a bunch of useless Pokemon, but... Where's Magikarp? It's fairly late, right? Yeah, here he is. Start should do it. It is not working. Oh, it's because we're in Prime Cup? Oh, we have to go to Anything Goes, right? Prime Cup forces 6? Okay. We're learning so much. Claims to be a Gen winner, but doesn't know Magikarp's dex number? I knew it was late, right? Okay, gotta make sure we actually have Guillotine here. Hopefully we do. We do. The King! And Pinsir. Yep. And Electrode. Okay, yeah, and here it works. Still not seeing the prompt, but maybe it's automatic. Which prompt? There we go. Alright. We're gonna make some sashimi, okay? It theoretically is possible for Magikarp to survive this, right? If we miss all 10, it's pretty unlikely, but it is possible. This could be a super hot battle. Mewtuber hasn't memorized the entire Pokedex. We actually have to paralyze, because Magikarp's decently fast. We can hear what's the point of splashing. What's the point of splashing? I'm glad we did all this science.
Combatants face each other. Here's a Pokemon chain.
About 2.8% chance to miss all the Okos? That's not that bad. It is possible. I think we've actually gotten more unlucky than that earlier, right? Fully paralyzed. Alright, how many tries till we get our sashimi? Guillotined? That was brutal. First hit. What's the point of splashing? He sent Magikarp to the seafood restaurant instead of him. Wow, that went well. And it did answer our question. I was wondering if they would turn red. Oh, well, there we go. That's it. So we are done with all of the science for today. I guess we'll just try and guillotine him again, but we're basically done. We're just going to be cooling down, I guess. So, if you have any final thoughts, now is the time to make your thoughts known. What's the next stream going to be? Probably. It depends, I guess. The champions of tomorrow. Let me see. So what is next? I'm gonna paralyze this. What's the point of splashing?
They go into battle posing.
I guess the... What is the next stream? Probably Pokemon Stadium 2. Are you ready for the Scarlet and Violet DLC? I am not. When does that come out? Pretty soon, right? Maybe 2 more months. What's the point of renting? We'll see if Pinsir can get the guillotine this time.
Strike fighting poses. Here's a Pokemon change. Oh, it's Pinsir.
Let me see. So I'm trying to... I guess upcoming stuff. Oh, he's tackling us. Fishing tackle.
What now?
6 damage.
A little damage. Will this Pokemon swap change the flow of battle?
I guess the next stream depends on how well this rental guide goes, since it's not a tier list. Hopefully the edited version will be a lot more concise. I mean, we'll see. I have the... So upcoming videos, obviously the premium version of this. I filmed the live action for Slowbro Science. So Slowbro Science, sometime soon, the one that we wrote like last month.
Issued an order.
And then I have a separate video that is neither of those, that is kind of a sequel to Calorie Mate. Which will probably come out sometime soon. What's the matter? Give me a moment here, man. That's the upcoming stuff. And then if the rental guide does really well, then we'll probably go right to Pokemon Stadium 2. If not, we might do... I don't know. We might take a break from the lives for a while, or at least lives that have premiums. Because I want to do either Gen 3 or Gen 9 starters, because I need a video to do really well. What's the point of Calorie Mate? If I don't have a video do really well, I'm not, like, in trouble, but... I'm in a little bit of trouble. I'm in trouble in, like, 2 years. I'd rather not be in trouble in 2 years. Metal Gear Rising or RuneScape and chill. It might be a Metal Gear Rising stream just, like, for fun, if I can find it cheaply. Because I do actually want to buy that game. Or it might just be, like... RuneScape and chill, or like a chatting stream.
What's the matter, trainer?
What's the matter, trainer? We're gonna chop this fish. That's what we're gonna do. See how many tries it takes. We got it in 1 try last time.
Guillotine!
Missed.
Missed the target.
Can you do Kingdom Hearts? Nah, Kingdom Hearts would take too long.
What's next? A light hit.
Thanks for having such an amazing community. Well, thank you. I didn't do anything. I never ban people. I sometimes... Actually, I banned 2 people last time, but I don't think they're actually people. You'll guess 4 uses? I guess place your bets. It wasn't... Well, I was 2. That was brutal! Brutalized! Goodbye, Magikarp. Calm. Alright. What's my favorite bot I've banned? I'm gonna be honest, I miss the hot girls in my city. I think although they were many different users, it was like they were one very loyal user, right? Like, we could always expect them to show up. They had really good stream attendance. I kinda miss them. I think the title of this will be cold singles in your area, right? For the premium edit, because Jinx is the best. Definitely cold singles in your area. I actually haven't seen the performance of the premium edit of the rental run, because I posted, then I just went to sleep. But based on the amount of comments I've seen, it probably actually did pretty well. I think it actually will have done pretty well relative to the effort I put into it, because it only took me like 5 hours to make. Which, compared to the true premium edits, is very little. Most of the actual premium edits take me like 20-30 hours. So the rental reviews, pseudo premium, good 600 BST, was really quick and dirty. 5-6 hours, very easy. So that way, even if it underperforms, it'll actually be fine. If I get, like, overall 5,000 views on it, I'll be very happy. 2.2k views is actually quite good for when it was released. It might actually be higher because I think it lags a little bit behind for you guys. So I can probably already call that a success. $5 donation from Nutty Nate. Hot singles in your area. JK, glad I got the stream to see King Onyx prove he's on top. The YTC research did actually lead to an actual legitimate, no joke use for Onyx. Although I think somebody did point out, you probably could just Earthquake at that point with like Rhydon and it would probably also kill in one hit. Alright, I think we are almost done for today. Any last things people want to say? Anything we forgot to record? I don't think so. I think I actually have footage for everything because I have all of the Pokemon. It's 12:40. I guess I'll go eat food. It's probably a good idea. We never did Ekans Toss. Is this one Doug Trio? Because they look like Doug Trio and not Diglett. We've never seen this. Dude, the research never ends. These look like single Doug Trio. Man, Pokemon is full of mysteries. Alright, I think I will... Okay, last thing I'll ask you guys. Because this will be a true premium edit, it will have an intro. And you can help describe the... I need you to help me write the lyrics. Single Doug Trio in U-City. I left for a few hours, what are you doing now? We're almost done. The very last thing I'll ask you guys is... So, the idea for the intro is... I'm sure you guys know that very famous poem. I don't even know if it's a poem. I think it's like a writing thing. By like... What's his name? It's not Ernest Hemingway, that's the WoW guy. What's the actual writer's name? It's not Ernest Hemingway. No, it is Ernest Hemingway. Nesset Hemingway is the WoW guy. But if you've heard of him, and you've heard of this thing, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's, I think, the 6-word sad story. It's for sale, baby shoes, never worn. And the intro is gonna be I guess a take on that. It's gonna be for rent, something, never trained. What are the 2 words in the middle? It was just gonna be for rent, Alakazam, never trained, but that's not 6 words. Cool girls? For rent. It probably has to be a Pokemon, right? Because it's for rent. Lord Onyx. Never trained. For rent, fighting types never trained. I think it's supposed to be something you expect to be good. Because this is a tragedy. But it's bad because it was never trained. So I think the first 2 and the last 2 words are set. For rent, and then never trained. Whoa! Oh, starter Pokemon never trained. I like that. Starter Pokemon never trained. I love that one. Oh, $6.99 Canadian? Donation from the Republic 21. No message, though. If you'd like to send a message, I'll read it. For rent starter Pokemon never trained. I like that one. X17 Chan, just found your channel. Welcome. We're about to end here. Starter Pokemon means you can use your Charizard cosplay. I think I'm gonna use this one, though, the red. And we're gonna be, like, writing a sad letter. That's the idea. It's not gonna be very long. It's gonna be, like, maybe 20-30 seconds. For rent, starter Pokemon, never trained. I just got back into playing Pokemon again. My friend and I are running through all the generations, just beat Gen 1. I suggest you stop there. What a Mewtuber. We'll start a revolution, okay? We're gonna get Pokemon Trainer. We're gonna get Poketubers renamed to Mewtubers. Okay, the Republic 21. Here's the message. Completely fumbled the donation chat, Lamau. Just hoping you're doing great and I'm desperate to see PBR in the future. Thank you. We will do PBR in the future. Maybe not a full run, but one of the big issues with PBR is Pokemon Battle Revolution, by the way, is that it has a horrible rental system. It has this terrible rental pass system where you can only use these pre-made teams. It is awful. It is way worse than here, where you could at least choose the crap you want to use. With Pokemon Battle Revolution, they just hand you a box of crap. You can't do anything with it. It's terrible. It is actually no fun. But we would do Stadium 2 before PBR. Alright, I don't think we forgot to say anything. I think that's everything. So, for rent, starter Pokemon, never trained. It's gonna be sad. Okay. I think that is all the research we had to do for today. I hope you enjoyed. This was definitely a bit different, since this is not actually a tier list. It's a guide. But I think it'll work out, and hopefully the goal is that once everything is edited down, it's definitely going to be less than 2 hours. It might even be less than 1. It might even be less than 1. If it's less than 1, that's going to be great. So here's something you might not know. Almost every video that I have, no matter how long it is, caps out at about 40 minutes of average watch time. Almost all of them. So whether the tier list is 1 hour, if the tier list is 1 hour, 40-minute average watch time. If the tier list is 2 hours, 40-minute average watch time. If the tier list is 3 hours, 40-minute average watch time. So there's really not that much point in making it longer than 40 minutes. Unless I have more stuff to say, which I actually do, so that's why they tend to get longer, but we are aiming with this one to be concise, okay? If it's under an hour, I'm going to be really happy. It's probably not. It's definitely going to be under 2 hours, though. Have you considered splitting stuff into parts? We did that once. We did that with the Scarlet and Violet one. And pretty much as expected, Part 1 did better than Part 2. That's how it always works. But they were pretty comparable. That wasn't really split into 2 parts intentionally, though. It was done because I just could not do it in 1 part. It was 2 streams. Also, my computer pretty much explodes trying to export about 3 hours, so I don't even think I could physically export it in 1 5-hour part. Yeah, the Scarlet and Violet tier list was, just from, like, my standpoint, I'm actually gonna say it was not fun. It was actually, it was so long, and it basically contained 3 other complete videos. Because I had to make the intro for it, and I had to make the Spidops special segment, the one about Area Zero, and it has the Tsuchinokoin ad. I don't want to have to do that again. It was probably the video that convinced me to actually quit my real job. Because it was just too much. I could not do both that and my real job. It was not fun. The specs on the 2 version videos, unfortunately the 2 version videos, I think I can say, were a failure. Kind of. I don't think they were a failure in terms of, I don't want to call it art, that's pretty pretentious, but they were the videos I wanted to make. I think in that sense, they actually did succeed. And the view counts on them are almost identical, so almost everybody who watched one actually watched the other one. There's like a 600 view difference. But I guess in terms of, like, finances, they definitely were a failure. I was hoping they would get a lot more views, but I don't consider them a failure artistically. Wow. But they pretty much are destined to fail in the YouTube algorithm because they care a lot about watch time. And what most people did, which is what I suspected, I did put time codes in there, was they watched one, and then they just skipped to the end of the other one to catch all of the gen analysis, even though there were actually differences throughout. But how would you know that? I should have done a better job of establishing that they were actually different throughout the videos. Snobby YouTuber calls this video art. Ah. And I even talked about pretentious 6-word poetry earlier. Haha. I think making really long, I think your content is great, you are fun to watch and have good takes. I think making really long videos hinders you a bit, but these videos need to be long, no way around it. Yeah. That's why I'm hoping that this video can be a little bit more concise, because we don't actually, that's another reason why I didn't want to talk about every single Pokemon. So we just wrote off maybe 70-80% of the Pokemon is just bad. So we don't actually have to talk about them. Oh man, Geodude getting soaked. This is kind of sad. He didn't even die. He missed. What is this battle? Okay. SV Tier List is probably my favorite video on your channel other than Demono Super Blast. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think the SV video, in the end, ended up being... the SV video was not a failure. The SV video did very well. It was just a lot of work that I don't really want to do anytime soon. That's why we need shorter videos like the Gen 3 starter analysis. Alright, I know I've said last question a ton of times, but last question. So, Gen 3, we obviously have to talk about Leaf Blade. And my question is, there's going to be a whole thing about Leaf Blade Chronicles. Should Leaf Blade Chronicles, it's about the origin of the Leaf Blade, should Leaf Blade Chronicles be part of Gen 3 starters? Or should it be separate? I think if it's part of Gen 3 starters, it'll definitely get more views because people will watch Gen 3 starters. But it might also hurt the video because it might take too long. I guess this is a question I have to answer later. Keep it brief? It's not going to be brief. I have plans. Maybe a shorter version in... Maybe a shorter version in Gen 3 starters. And I'll have a full version that's, like, separate. Yeah, this is something I have to figure out on my own, I think. The YTC Institute can't help me with this one. Be scummy and do Leaf Blade Chronicles separate, then Leaf Blade Chronicles 2 as the start of Gen 3 starters? No. Advertised in Gen 3 starters? Yeah, it might just be separate. I'll see. Because what I have planned is probably too long just for the middle of Gen 3 starters. Well, thanks to the YTC Institute for your help with all of this research. This is not going to be Leaf Blade Chronicles 2 or 3, okay? 10 British pound donate? Oh, right, you're not in Japan at the moment. 10 British pound donation for Pikahiri. Kind of consistently fun and entertaining, even when you make bad takes. What? Onyx good? Okay. And back them up. Thanks, saying Gambatte. Thank you. When do you get back to Japan? Yeah, it might be a companion video to Gen 3 starters. Like, they might come out at the same time, is what I might actually do. And it'll just be a condensed version in Gen 3 starters. So I guess everybody here, you're gonna get a special preview. I'm gonna outline Leaf Blade Chronicles. It's really dumb, okay? Like, we're talking about videos being art. Don't worry, okay? Leaf Blade Chronicles is not gonna be art. But here's the rough outline, okay? In the ancient Hoenn region, there were 3 clans, right? You got the Magma Clan, the Aqua Clan, and the Birch Clan. You didn't get to choose your starter, right? It was just whatever clan you were born into. And the main character, Trico, I guess. Chieftain Chikorita is the boss. But Trico, he's not happy being part of the Birch Clan. He didn't want to be a grass type. Eventually, after a disastrous battle, Swampert defeats Chikorita. And then Trico has to forge the Leaf Blade in order to avenge his brother. In a chain attack, probably. And it ends with the very sad realization that it is only 70 base power in Gen 3. That is the very rough outline of Leaf Blade Chronicles. But the goal of Trico is to create a new system. We're going to tear it all down. One where you can choose your starter. That's going to be the ultimate goal. I think you can see from that outline why it might be a bit too big to fit into just Gen 3 starters. But it's I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, Leaf Blade was only 70 BP in Gen 3, that's why it's bad. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, I might do it'll probably just be an abridged version in Gen 3 starters, and then the full version separate. Day 1 DLC as an addendum video. Can the Leaf Blade look like the Dragon Slayer? I bought a Leaf Blade already. I spent 110 yen on it. Goodbye, wheezing. I don't even think it kills Sandslash with the explosion. Sad. Did Sandslash just win the battle? Sandslash wins by doing nothing. 110 yen is what, like 75 cents? Yeah, it's about that. Wow, huge tactics from Sandslash. It just stood there. I think it has more than 100 base defense. It has really good base defense. I think it only has 100 base attack. Why did GF refuse to make any grass moves with good power till Gen 4? I don't know. Have you seen a video called Grass's Ass? Can't fret over every sprig. I think I said about an hour ago that we were done. I guess this is just a just chatting scream. Maybe it's a screech. Okay, I think we're actually done. For real this time, okay? For real, friends. Any last comments from anyone? Now's your chance. I'm gonna do this 10 times. And then I'm gonna end. We should probably end pretty dramatically, right? What did we say at the end of the last stream? That was pretty dramatic. I can't remember what it was. Bullet Punch? When's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? We can end with a ban, okay? I think it was, I was like screaming something. It was like, it wasn't lies. I can't remember what it was. I guess it doesn't actually matter. Well, thank you to everybody for joining. I guess I never explained. Some people might not know, because I've been referring to you guys as the YTC Institute. YTC is YouTube comments. Because a lot of the more interesting strategies I hear are posted in the YouTube comments. Thanks to all the brave lab men and women for their sacrifices. at Mewtwo University. Alright, I'm gonna go... Yeah, it's 1 p.m. here, so I'm gonna go eat some food. Yeah, we're gonna aim to get the premium under an hour. Alright. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Good work, lab men and women of the world. Oh, yeah, that's right. Somebody asked if there was going to be a Pokemon Home stream. So we can actually answer that. If there will be a Pokemon Home stream or a Pokemon Go stream. Unlike most of the other Pokemon properties, I can say my answer to that is never. Never!